I already hit go live,
here.
so. It's our initial Week 11 NFL picks video. Exciting week 10. We went 3-2 in the contest and 4-1. Evan and I in our contest card, and we hit the Lions as our pick of the month. We also had the -20.5 plus 390. So as our co-host loads up his camera again, I think here he is. So, yeah, this is the WaltFootball.com After Dark show. We're going to discuss the Week 11 NFL picks. And, before we get into it, please hit like, subscribe, comment below, share this video, visit the link in the description for the merch store. As always, I'm wearing something for the merch store is our hashtag Ken Griffin Lied t-shirt. So I can't be sued for libel because there are a lot of Ken Griffins out there. But if you like this shirt and want to get it or another shirt, you can go to our merch store. We have our 20% off sale right now. You could change any of these shirts to hoodie, long sleeve, infant onesie, even women's tank top. You can change the colors. Lots of options here. We have our apron, we have our mug, we have our baseball cap here. Just a lot here. You can go to Amazon, buy my books. The most recent one is Jerks of the College Years, where I made fun of people I met at Penn State. It was a lot of fun to write. I think you guys have a lot of fun reading it. Also, my first book was The Safety and the Field Goal, where it was the top 5 list of topics about the NFL, mostly serious stuff, but some fun stuff too. Otherwise, please consider super chats, super stickers. That's the best way to support the show. Like, it really is. Like, I can't say it enough. Like, YouTube ads pay nothing, and whenever you guys super chat us or super sticker us, it really goes a long way in helping us. So thank you so much, guys, especially to Kevin Kovac, who gave us $50 worth of super chats last week. All right, we're joined once again by Andy Iskoe on a Wednesday night. Andy, how are you, and how was your week 10?
I am doing fine, and I'm a lot better now than I was about 2 hours ago for 2 reasons. Well, last week was a very good week, but I'm better now because I was looking for a book that when I moved a couple of years ago, I could swear I did not throw out, but I couldn't find where it was. And in the course of looking for the book, which I ultimately found, I found my copy of your great book, Field Goal and Safety. So that was something I also was wondering where it was. This is the book that I was looking for.
What was that? The zoom in. Caddyshack. Nice.
The making of the movie. That was great. Which, by the way, awesome. I was thinking about that because another book that I got, which is a very entertaining read, if you like Rodney Dangerfield and, if you know his comedy over the year.
Yeah.
So I effectively found 3 books tonight. Yours, Rodney's, and Caddyshack.
Nice. I love Rodney Dangerfield. He was the best.
He was great. He was great in all his movies, especially that Caddyshack one.
Yeah, Caddyshack was incredible.
Back to
the
School.
One, Back to School. Yeah.
Easy Money.
He was incredible. So,
Easy Money. Wasn't that the one where he was the photographer, the baby photographer?
I'm not sure about that one. I do remember Back to School. I do remember Caddyshack. Obviously, that was probably his most known role, I guess, amongst maybe younger people.
Oh, so I understand you're into poems and poetry. Can you help me with my Longfellow?
I love them so much. So asking, where did Andy go to college? University of Hard Knocks. Where'd you go?
That's a TV show. I went to a Penn.
Penn, right? I think you actually mentioned that on. Yeah, I think you mentioned that. I think you mentioned that on the show. Okay, nice.
BID. BIDNIT, business.
All right. Well, you can check out Andy's site, thelogicalapproach.com. Andy has a great newsletter on there. I strongly recommend you guys sign up for it. It's a lot of information on there, including his picks too, not just NFL, but college football too. So make sure you visit the site, The Logical Approach. It's in the description, and sign up for newsletter. All right. We are going to start with these games here. The Thursday night game is Jets at Patriots. This line was 11.5. You think the start of the week, maybe even lower, but now it's 12.5, even 13 in some books. It just keeps rising. I can't imagine it crosses 14, but I can see it maybe getting to 14. I usually don't like to play Thursday night games. A lot is just weird about it. And the Patriots are also coming off a signature win, which I'm not a fan of backing teams off victories like that. However, the Jets are also coming off a win, and anytime you get a bad team or a horrible team coming off a win, usually can profit fading them. And this is just a really good matchup for the Patriots. The Jets, their defense was already bad. They lost their two best defensive players, so Drake May should be able to do whatever he wants against them. Travion Henderson ran for 50,
and they lost one of their top two offensive best players for this week.
Yeah, Garrett Wilson. So I'm gonna pull up the injury report here. Garrett Wilson is out. Will McDonald, DNP limited, questionable. For some reason, this is the Patriots website. They don't have the Patriots players on the injury report here. I don't know why.
What, is Belichick back coaching?
No, seriously. But the only injuries of note for the Patriots, Kayshon Boutte and Ramondre Stevenson are both out. So the Jets. They're a mess on both sides of the ball. Defensively, they lost the two best players, so the Patriots should be able to score at will against them. And then offensively, they don't have a receiving threat outside of maybe Mason Taylor, if you want to count him. But downfield, they don't really have anything. So the Patriots defense, which has been excellent on the Vrabel, especially against the run, they should be able to stymie the Jets. And as long as the Patriots are focused, they should be able to win by 2 or more touchdowns. However, if they come in like the Broncos, look aloof, then maybe they don't cover. But I would take the Patriots. I think I'm going to bet a few units on them, not put them in the contest card because you can't resubmit it. But in like the DraftKings contest where you can change picks, I will be submitting the Patriots. So what do you think about this game?
Well, you pretty much summed it up. There's very hard reason. The only team that tomorrow that can beat the Patriots would be the Patriots, and they'd probably need to be -3 in turnovers for it to even be a competitive loss that they would have. You mentioned Thursday night games, and I'll just go to the Circa Survivor contest for a moment, because we normally talk about, well, you don't want to use Thursday night games in the Pick 5 contest, Circa Millions, Westgate Super Contest, etc. But there's no reason not to use a Thursday night game if it fits certain qualifications that you're looking for. Mm-hmm. And tomorrow night would be a perfect example of you might want to use the Patriots. It's probably a team that you might not feel all that comfortable using later on in the season, but this is a part where it's almost like, I hate to say it, like a free bingo square, because that's what people thought about last week with the Broncos. Turns out last week in Survivor, and at that point there were 1,769 entries out of 18,718 that started, and I think there had been, and Circa, and I think Westgate for their Super Survivor do it well as well. They have a list that anyone can go on to and check what the availability is of all the teams. You can only use a team once. I believe there was something like about, I want to say 565 or something that had Denver available last week against the Raiders. And 429 of them chose to use the Broncos in that Thursday night game. I don't believe, and of course in Circa, you do have the 2 weeks of the contest on Thanksgiving. It's split into Part A, Part B, and same thing with Christmas. I'm not sure if Denver plays any. I don't think so, but I might be wrong about that. No, I think Denver and Kansas City, I think, play on Christmas Day, as a matter of fact. But the point is that 429 out of the 565 actually took the Broncos last week. It was a good spot for them. They certainly had to sweat it out as far as that game goes, especially with the missed field goal at the end that could have sent it into overtime. Turned out that the Broncos were actually the second most popular pick last week of all the games on the card, and I think there were 14 games last week. Of course, there was some carnage last week that cut the field to exactly 1,000 right now. And the 2 big losers, of course, were the number 1 pick, 490, which was only about 61 more than the Broncos. 490 lost with the Panthers, and another 261 lost with the Bills. But the point I'm saying is that you point out, yeah, it's okay to play the Broncos last week or the Patriots this week, but I would, as much as I might like the game, and it's hard really to really feel great about a 13.5-point favorite, but the extra time to find the other 4 picks is what keeps me and what keeps a lot of other people off the Thursday night game. It's not unusual for the Thursday night game to be the 2 least frequent picks in the contest. There will be some other games other teams that might be picked less, but it's usually, let's say on a full schedule where there's 32 teams playing, the 2 Thursday night teams are usually 31 and 32 as far as popularity. So I'm also, I can't make a case for the Jets here. The only negative I can come up with, and it's more to do with covering the point spread, is how cocky, how overconfident could the Patriots be? After winning at Tampa Bay, which was the second good team that they faced this year, in addition to the win at Buffalo. So these were both wins on the road. How overconfident might they be taking the lowly Jets who are just all of a sudden have a little bit, I won't say new life, but they have to be a little bit motivated now of the after their 2-game winning streak over Cincinnati and last week against Cleveland. However, keep in mind, if you are looking to think that maybe the Jets can put up a fight, what did they pass? I think they passed for 50 yards last week, of which 5 of them came back on a sack, which is absolutely pathetic. It almost makes the Raiders' effort against Kansas City a few weeks earlier look like impressive.
Yeah, I was tilted. I had the Browns last week, and of course the Jets returned 2 kickoffs, or 1 kickoff, 1 punt for a touchdown. That was very, very tilting. Richard commenting here: new coaches are 4-36 straight up in their first Thursday game when underdogs.
Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, Aaron Glenn. Would make sense. It's difficult to prepare for these games. Only 3 days of rest preparation. So. I think the Patriots are the way to go.
By the way, I would like to know in this situation. It may be difficult to look up, but 4-36 is horrible. There's no way it can look better. But the thing I'd like to see is, did those 4 wins come in division games that were the second meeting of the season for the teams?
Yeah,
as opposed to the first, as is the game tomorrow night.
Right. I don't know. I mean, there's no way to put new coach in the database that I have. So. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's why I want to build my own database so I can add these parameters. But I don't know that. But yeah, it's like I said, if the Patriots, unless they're overconfident and they look past the Jets, which given it's the first meeting of the season, I don't think they're going to do that. If it was the second meeting, maybe they would. Now I say that as the Broncos overlooked the Raiders in the first meeting, but still. Let me ask you this: if I have
Broncos
5,
may have overlooked Tennessee in the first game of the season.
Yeah, and they overlooked the Jets. Often. They overlooked the Jets in London as well.
I don't know that they necessarily overlooked the Jets. And teams react differently to travel overseas. They came out with the win. They were fortunate. They just played less badly than did the Jets.
Yeah, you could be right about that. Let me ask you this: I have 5 entries alive in the DraftKings Survivor, and I have the Patriots available in every one. If you were in my position? How many of those entries would you use on the Patriots?
2 or 3.
3, okay. I was leaning toward that as well.
I'm trying to think of other things. I had this discussion actually with the friend who I sent the link to watch the show tonight, because he's still alive in one of the Survivor contests. But looking at other games, the only 2 that I could somewhat justify based upon, and somewhat the point spread, I could see Green Bay with a big effort against the Giants. Coming off of those 2 ugly losses, and I could see Pittsburgh over Cincinnati coming off of their recent form. By the way, just put this in your mind as far as Pittsburgh and the struggles they've had recently. They ended the season last year with 4 straight regular season losses and then bounced in the first game in the playoffs. So Pittsburgh not on a very good run dating back to let's say December of last season.
Yeah, that Sunday night game was very ugly, offensively at least. They played well defensively for a while. Tom says, "Hey Andy, thanks for joining the Friday night shows. Love to hear your insight. It's an honor that you tune in to hear my thoughts, even if it's what not to do."
Well, just keep in mind there are booby prizes in the Circa Million, so you might be helping some people there. No, I'm just kidding, Tom. It's a really good insights, really good thoughts, and of course. We all know that all of our thoughts, good, bad, otherwise, go out once they kick the ball off.
That's true. Yeah, you can.
It's kind of like what I use a story all year. I mean, I got eliminated from Survivor in that game where Tennessee had those fluky plays at the end and the pass. When they lost to the Titans, oddly enough. I don't regret the play. I'd make it again.
Yeah.
I regret the result. I can not even regret. I mean, I'm disappointed at the result, but the play had everything I was looking to. Except for the theatrics. It's almost like last week. If you had Cleveland, you rarely get 1 kick return for a touchdown in a game. That's fortunate if you get it. 2 is almost impossible. You're extremely lucky if that happens. And I'm not going to say that that's what cost the Cleveland Browns the game, but it certainly didn't help that that the special teams gave up 2 touchdowns to a team that was having such great difficulty in moving the football.
Yeah, not only. not only did I bet the Browns last week, I also bet Jets team total under 19.5.
Ooh.
Those kickoff returns really hurt. That was pretty painful. So that was our only real loss on Sunday afternoon anyway. So
But to answer your
everything else.
questions, those are the other two teams. I would probably go with 2 or 3 on New England, maybe even 4. But because there's always a possibility. Look, who would have thought Buffalo would lose to Miami last week?
Yeah, I mean it was a horrible spot, but yeah, yeah.
That the Panthers would lose would beat as 13-point underdogs beat the Packers 2 weeks ago. So those things do happen, and of course when they happen so quickly in succession, even last week with the other team that I mentioned got eliminated, the Bills and
Panthers.
The Bills and the Panthers. Yeah, so that's 2 weeks in a row that the Panthers foiled the plan. So it could happen. I don't think that. Well, I guess the question would be, let's say the Patriots win. Let's use 10-7 like Denver last week. Okay. And I'll use Pittsburgh and Green Bay, the other 2 teams that I had in there. Let's say that they both win. Or no, that they both lose. Would you have felt better considering the close call that was on the Patriots? And let's say both Pittsburgh and Green Bay lose in overtime. Which, I mean, yeah, you'd feel great that I had, all 5 entries advanced, but I almost came close to losing 3 of them and winning the other 2 that I would have used. So
right.
Look at it that way. I mean, what's the win percentage for New England? Probably up there in the low to mid 90s.
Yeah, for sure. Richard asking Houston for Survivor. And by the way, Kevin, $3 super sticker. Thank you so much, Kevin. Glad to see you on again. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much once again. Richard asking Houston for Survivor, and I would throw in Baltimore as well. They're both about 7 or so point favorites on the road. Would you consider them? Because you mentioned Pittsburgh and you mentioned Green Bay. What about those other 2?
I probably feel more comfortable with Baltimore for Survivor, unless you want to use them, let's say of course, again, it depends upon if you're in the Circa pool where you've got those 2 extra contest weeks, or in regular Survivor pools where you just have one pick per week over the 18 weeks. I'd probably feel more comfortable using in the Circa. I'd probably prefer using Baltimore rather on the Christmas game against Cincinnati. The Thanksgiving game against Cincinnati. Although we don't know the status of Burrow, I would tend to think he won't be playing, but you never know. And I think a lot of it has to do with what Cincinnati does over the next couple of weeks. Do they even have any chance of making a wild card heading into Thanksgiving, which is debatable. Houston, the concern I have with them is their difficulty, like for the first 3 quarters in games. We've seen it several times this year. The first time they played Tennessee, I think that was a 6-0 game going into the 4th quarter, and they scored 20 points to win 26-0. And we saw the remarkable comeback where they scored 26 points in the 4th quarter last week in their win. So, what do you think of what's Davis Mills going to be quarterbacking again this week for Houston?
I don't think we've seen anything in the injury report. I was going to look that up as we talked about that game. I think it's a bad spot. If you want to take Houston, I think you could do that. I think they play the Raiders in Week 14. They do play the Raiders at home at some point. CJ Stroud, by the way, did not practice today, so not off to a good start. But he still has time to clear.
By the way, just to mention something, because I talked about my newsletter, and I put a little feature in there every week. I don't know if you got a chance to look at it yet for this week, Walter, because I did send it to several hours ago. But I did take a look. I call it NFL by the numbers, and I've been doing this for many years. I update the study every year. And what I look at, it was really for a lot of the contests, for example, that they had here in Las Vegas for many years, low-end contests, and they still have at least one of them, where you just pick the straight-up winner of the game, no point spreads involved. And so I broke down how often in certain point spread ranges, home teams, home favorites, and road favorites win the game outright. So, for example, home favorites of 10 to 14 points, and this goes back to 2002. Again, I used to go back to like 1982, which was 81, I think, was the start of my computerized database. Yeah, but 2002 which was 40 years ago. That's a long time. I mean, even 20 years ago is a long time, but at least I go back to when the NFL had its last expansion team, Houston, which set up when they had to realign the divisions and make it into a nice, neat 4 divisions in each conference, each having 4 teams, so that it's a total of 32 teams overall. It's still almost 6,000 games that have been played. So teams, home favorites that are 10.5 to 14, 306 wins, 51 losses, and 1 tie. That's 85.7%. If you go to 14 or more, 14 and a half or more, it's 85-4, which is 95.5%. So if you put New England in that range tomorrow night, a home favorite of 10.5 or greater, we're looking at probably somewhere, as I said, in the low, I'm saying 92, because you only had 89 games in the 14 plus category. You had 358 games in the previous category. So I'm saying that's how you would take a look at the percentage chance. I mean, compare that, for example, to home favorites in the 1 to 3 point range. That's only 54.9%, which is not that far off from home teams winning overall. Regardless of whether a favorite dog, etc., regardless of the number. And just to compare that with road teams, road favorites, there's a much smaller sample. It's still 81% in the 10.5 to 14. That's 68-16. And there's only been 16 occurrences since 2002 of 14.5 or more road favorites, and they're 15-1. So it's very rare. Okay. But the fact that you've got 350 to 400. 300, let's say roughly 300 in that 10.5 to 14. That's probably 12 to 15 a year, I guess, in that home favorite range.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. So yeah, I think it makes a good point about what to do with Survivor and such. But yeah, like I said, and we just looked it up. Yeah, Richard's saying great stat for home teams. It's Stroud. Stroud saw symptoms. They said he won't play, so it's going to be Davis Mills. So that.
Yeah, so, that's not necessarily bad.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'd rather, if I'm taking them in Survivor, I'd rather have them to play Stroud over Mills. And like I said, they play the Raiders at home in Week 14, so you could save them until then. But yeah, you mentioned like the contests about straight up. Actually, DraftKings has that as well. They have a weekly contest for the straight up and against the spread. Yeah. They've entries from like $10 all the way up to $100. So
yeah, by the way, one thing about this Houston-Tennessee game, and we'll get to talk a little bit. Tennessee is number 31 in running the football, number 31 in passing the football. So Houston should be able to do some damage against them. And again, it's almost you almost play against Tennessee every week. I forget what their point spread record is now, but it's awful over the past 2+ seasons.
Yeah, I think it depends on what you had in the Broncos game Week 1, but they covered it twice.
I normally use. I've mentioned this before. When I started my database back in the 1980s, I used the Stardust, which was the premier sports book in Las Vegas for many, many years. That was the movie. They based a lot of stuff in Casino on what happened at the Stardust, etc. But in any event, Stardust in 2006, and at that point, I changed over. In fact, I closed in the middle of the football season. I think they closed the Casino and the Sportsbook at the end of October in 2006. I went to what was then the next highest profile book, which was, I think at that time, was still the Hilton. Then I went to the LVH. It's now the Westgate. And the key to that is until Jake Cornegay retired last year, he was part of the management team when I started using the Westgate in 2006. So there was a lot of continuity for roughly 19, 20 years or 18, 19 years, whatever it was, from 2006 to 2024. So I've used that over the years, and so I used their closing numbers, and I charted Denver in that opening game was 8.5 at the close.
Okay, so that would have been a cover for Tennessee then, which means they've covered the spread 3 times this year against Denver, against Arizona in that crazy game, and then against the Chargers. When the Chargers lost Joe Alt in the second quarter.
Was that the field goal game at the end or something? They gave one up to.
Tennessee kicked the field goal at the end earlier in the game. Herbert threw a pick 6, and the Titans had a kickoff return for a touchdown, or a punt return for a touchdown. So that kind of undeserved cover, but they still got there. So they They are 3-6 against spread.
Tennessee fans go absolutely mad when they have a rally. It's called making a first down.
Right, they're a parade for that.
Converting 3rd and 1.
So yeah, it's the little things that they're proud of. It's kind of cute. All right, let's get to.
By the way, just
go ahead.
The group of set of power ratings I like to use a lot takes into account results, takes into account the strength of schedule, etc., and the lines on games. Tennessee is not my number 32 team. You want to guess who is? I was surprised but not shocked.
Is it Washington?
Nope. They are actually number 25 because they have had some decent success at points.
Okay, is it the Jets?
Nope, they are tied for 28th.
Huh. Saints? I mean, they just won, but still.
No, they're 27th.
Who could be worse? The Raiders, maybe then.
No, they're tied with the Jets.
Okay. Geez, I'm running out of teams here.
Think bad defense. Not Dallas.
Not Dallas. Cincinnati.
Yep.
Okay, interesting.
These are totally objective numbers, taking a look at all 32 teams and doing all sorts of linear regression type stuff. In fact, I'll probably be putting these power ratings up on the website sometime tomorrow.
Okay.
In addition to my normal stats that I try to update Tuesdays or Wednesdays, just didn't get a chance this week yet to do it. But at the same time, I got to get all the data that I need together about a day earlier than I usually do. For checking some final things. So, Cincinnati. I was surprised that their numbers are that bad that they can't even be ahead of Tennessee, and it's by a good. It's by a little bit more than a point. The range in these power ratings go. It's about almost exactly a 23-point spread from the best team to the worst.
So I mean, the recent offensive success just doesn't get them anything.
No, because even with the recent offensive success, they still lose games.
Yeah,
so they're still giving up more points than they score.
Yeah, they did beat Pittsburgh. In
fact, I did a little write-up on that game, and one of the reasons why I like Pittsburgh this week. Let me see what that number is.
We have a disagreement.
Yeah, we'll talk about it there. Okay, yeah. Well, the point is, their last 3 games, Cincinnati. I believe they're all losses. 47, 39, 31, they gave up. I think the 31, they won 33-31. That was against Pittsburgh in the first game. And earlier in the year, they gave up 30-something and 40-something, I believe, early in the season. So it's I'm not surprised that their defense is holding them down. We can talk about Pittsburgh a little bit later because I can see reasons for both sides there.
Okay. All right. Let's get to the first Sunday game, which is thankfully our final European game. The final 6:30 a.m. Pacific time game, which is just so brutal. Washington versus Miami. Miami is 2.5-point favorite off the win against Buffalo. So I think just matchup wise, I think it's common sense says to take Miami just because they have fast players, including Devon Achane, and Washington is the slowest defense. Their linebackers are so painfully slow. So good luck trying to cover or trying to tackle Devon Achane. Seems very difficult. However, Miami's a bad team coming off a win. Washington just got embarrassed, and I think that they might show some fight here, especially with Dan Quinn now calling the plays defensively. Yeah, he's calling the plays defensively. When that happens, players tend to kind of focus and try harder. These teams are even in my book. You could maybe argue Miami's a little bit better, but I can't bet this game though because we just don't know how these teams will overreact or will react to playing overseas. You just don't know. A few years ago, we had the Packers lose to the Giants because Matt LaFleur said he was missing meetings because he couldn't adjust his body clock. So we just don't know. I hate betting these European games. So really nothing for me here. If I had to choose a side, in those pick'em pools we had to pick, I would side with Washington, even though I think Miami has the better matchup edge. Just being off a win, I think Miami will not play as well. But do you feel strongly about either side here?
I prefer Miami a little bit. At least we know that they're playing harder. They play hard in some of the losses that they had. I think they're a healthier team overall, especially at At quarterback, um, is McLaren still out for this game?
Yeah, yeah. It sounds like he's gonna be out.
Oh, I missed that little note that was up there. I didn't see what.
Oh, okay, I'll read it. So Slew with the 555 super chat. Thank you so much, Slew. He's asking Andy, Mia, an F student, and Buff, an A student, engage in a debate. Mia outpoints a disinterested Buff 30-13. As Mia's teacher, would you keep her as an F student?
It's interesting because I know the comparison, and I say it often, almost probably at least once every week, every other week. When two bad teams play, one bad team has to win. When one good team plays, one good team has to lose. So here we have a good team playing a bad team, with the bad team or the bad student in this case beating the A student. The problem I have here is how do you outpoint someone in a debate? That's subjective, as opposed to scoring points, which is objective.
Mm-hmm.
So, as me as teacher, would I keep her as an F? Depends how much badly she is. I would probably move her up a little bit. And how do you handle disinterest? I guess you'd have to listen to the debate and find out, how, was Mia giving good arguments and Buff giving bad arguments, or was Mia giving slightly better arguments that were still bad but better than Buff's?
I think Buff showed up still drunk from the night before because it was his 21st birthday. Actually, it happened to me in my book where the jerks of the college years, where I talked about how my friend she went out for her 21st birthday, and the day after we had to give an oral presentation as a duo, and she showed up and she was still like unbelievably drunk. Like she's like, "Walt, I don't know what I'm doing." So I was like, I circled some stuff. I'm like, "Here, read this," and so that I imagine that was what Buff was
and
like.
Now she's become famous in this quote here.
Yeah. Well, I did not use her real name because there's only it's a very unique name, so I did not use it. But yeah, it was that sort of deal.
Is it as weird as the name in that commercial, Jablonski Auto Parts?
It's not a name not a name I've heard before for a girl. Okay. But it is Jablonski, not quite Jablonski. It's unique, not weird.
But no. The point is that yes, bad teams do occasionally pull upsets, but it's not something that you're going to make money on betting it to happen routinely. Like I say, it happens.
Right.
It's already happened a few times. Oh, look, Green Bay was 13.5 over Carolina, and I think we had another double-digit situation also earlier.
Yeah, I had I've always had Carolina in Group D, and when they beat the Packers, I did not move them up into Group C. I just we blowout on like weird stuff like this happens. It's a long season.
Well, that would have been 2 straight wins that Carolina would have had, right?
Yeah.
Now, did you move them from an F to a D after that first win?
I moved them up from F to D. Not with the Atlanta win. It was something else. When their defensive stats looked pretty decent, I was like, okay, maybe this is not one of the worst teams in the NFL. It's in the next tier, but I need to see more from Miami. I like more than just one win against a very disinterested Buffalo team. That was like one of the worst spots. We talked about it.
I can understand Buffalo being disinterested in the first quarter, maybe even the first half, but when the second half starts and they're out, and they probably saw, well, I don't know if they paid attention, if they saw that New England was beating Tampa Bay at halftime in their game, you would have thought that Buffalo would have woken up a little bit. And what was the deficit at halftime last week?
I'm not quite sure what the deficit was, but they fumbled a few times in that game too. Yeah. Like they started putting drives together, and then James Cook fumbled, and then Josh Allen fumbled. Yeah. It was like a Murphy's Law type of game for Buffalo, and not a surprise given that they were coming off such a big win against Kansas City. Plus, they had already beaten Miami earlier in the year. So,
and again, they covered. I think it was a 9-point line, or maybe it was like an 11-point line. They won by 10, I think it was, in that game.
Yep.
So they knew that Miami had given them a game the first time that they played, and that's why it's surprising that once they fell behind, and especially at halftime, that they didn't do anything. So I like the way Miami is playing. They are playing harder than they were the first, at various points in the first 3 or 4 games. The Buffalo game being the exception. I think that was week 2 or week 3. So I might look for Miami. You'd have to think now. What are these? Let me see if I've got the numbers here. What their records are right now, because I think that let's see. Miami is three. They're both 3-7.
Yeah.
Okay, both of them realistically, I find it very hard to do it. That any of them, that either of them can challenge for a wild card. They'd have to. They'd have to win 7 games just to get to 10-7.
Right.
But at least Miami is showing signs of that they still care a little bit. Maybe they want to save the coach's job. I don't know what it is. But Washington, who knows? Given where they are right now, I would find it hard that that Washington that Daniels will be play again this season.
Yeah, they said he's
If they're 5-9, why
right.
play him?
Yeah, I agree. They said
same thing with Burrow.
Yeah, they said he's gonna be out for a few games.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. If they're not gonna make the playoffs, there's really no point. With Burrow, I think that he said week 13 he's targeting. If the Bengals win one of their next 2 games, I think he'll play, because at that point they'll have a chance to, if they run the table, they have a chance to go 9-8, and that might be good enough to make the playoffs.
That could be borderline depending upon who those 9 wins were against as far as tiebreakers go.
Yeah, so I think if they lose their next 2, the Bengals, then I don't think Burrow's coming back. But
where Cincinnati right now is 3-6. Well, that's basically the same as 3-7. They just played one less game. So,
right.
So what are they got? The 2 games before Thanksgiving? This week and next? The 16th and the 23rd.
Yes. So they that's what he said. He wants to play week 13, which is Thanksgiving. So we'll see. So,
if I kind of like Miami a little bit, because I do think that they've got more of a team right now. They played well even after they made the trades last week. I don't know that I'll play it, but I can't find a reason. I can't find much of a reason. Washington has to be a very dispirited team right now.
I would think so as well. I really have no interest in this one, so we can move on.
By the way, one thing that's interesting is that Miami is number 31 in turnovers lost, which is a key stat. I like to look for teams that don't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
They've turned it over 17 times so far this year. The problem is Washington is 30th in creating turnovers. They've only created 6 this year. So you have one team's weakness playing into another team's weakness, whereas I could find a team that turns the ball over against a team that forces a lot of turnovers, like a Jacksonville, like a Chicago, for example, against a team that turns it over. That's like a little additional point or two that I give in the handicap as far as that goes. But I can't do that here because I find turnovers. I don't know that defensive turnovers that you force or commit are. I won't say that they're predictable in either side turning them over, but I think it's more likely to expect a team that commits a lot of turnovers to continue turning it over rather than a team that forces a lot of turnovers to get it. Because I think, turnovers, once they happen, once a guy fumbles the ball or a ball is tipped, then it's random where it occurs. Okay. Right. But the decision has already been made, or the play has already been made to create a potential turnover depending upon who recovers it. Both teams can recover a fumble or an interception. Only one of the 2 teams can throw the interception or fumble the ball.
Right. But if you're in the Jets case,
you're Tennessee against Arizona.
Well, yeah, I was going to say in the Jets case, you can't recover a fumble because it seems like, or in the Bears case, you always recover the fumble. The
Jets, I think, still have just 1 turnover defensively. Forced or.
Yeah, because I remember that Miami game on Monday night. There were 5 fumbles in that game, and the Dolphins recovered all 5. Does Hard Rock ever seem like a good site to use? I have never used Hard Rock. Maybe Tom can chime in because I know he uses Hard Rock. I don't really like the idea of Hard Rock because they have a monopoly in Florida, and I think that's just ridiculous. And I there's no reason because I
don't blame Hard Rock. That's capitalism. Blame the state legislature. Or whoever gives out the gaming licenses.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not even capitalism. They're just not allowing anyone else to compete there.
Again, that's legislature. Now maybe there have been some financial goings on between ownership of Hard Rock and the legislature. That's a different issue entirely.
Yeah, no, that's what I would assume is happening. Like there's No reason to keep those other sports books out. This doesn't make sense. So, yeah, I think that's just awful what they have down there. Anyway, and yeah, Richard says you made your write up that Houston's in the same spot as Buffalo this week. Yeah, we'll get to that in a bit.
Yeah.
The first game in the main Sunday slate, Packers at the Giants. This line is down to 7. There's news that Jameis Winston is going to start this game rather than Russell Wilson, which made me very upset because I was so happy that we were going to get to fade Russell Wilson again. In fact,
that's probably why the line dropped.
Yeah, I would think so. I was texting Evan about it. I'm like, yeah, the gambling gods have given us one more chance to bet against Russell Wilson, and then Evan said, "Yeah, I can't bet enough." So, unfortunately, Jameis Winston, I think gives the Giants a better chance to pull the upset here, which is what the line would indicate. Green Bay has not covered these high spreads all year. Like they couldn't cover against Cincinnati, they couldn't cover against Arizona. Early in the year they did cover against Washington. That was a low number, but and also Detroit.
Well,
but ever since then,
that was week 2 when they were going to win the Super Bowl.
Right, exactly. And then the next week,
Detroit.
And then
they win at Washington.
Yeah, the next week they lose to Cleveland as a big favorite. So I don't know what they've exactly done since week 3 to warrant
that one good
game
against Pittsburgh when they outgained them by like 150 yards.
Yeah, they tied Dallas 40-40.
Which was more than twice as many yards than that they outgained Pittsburgh by, more than double their best previous effort as far as outgaining a team.
Yeah, and then they lose to the Panthers as 13.5-point favorites. So also they're coming off a short week. Teams coming off Monday night games are 8-16 against the spread this year. It's not usually that bad, but it tends to be below 500, and for good reason. Now, I think if Jackson Dart were playing this game, I'd have much more interest in the Giants. Jameis Winston is the ultimate wild card. He could throw an 80-yard touchdown, or he can throw a pick 6 on the next play. Like he is that erratic. So I'm going to be in the Giants. It's just a little scary here. I don't know how much I'm going to bet on the Giants, but it'll probably be a small amount. So I was asking who's coaching the Giants. I believe it's Mike Kafka, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah. So
offensive coordinator, I believe, wasn't he?
Yeah, the offensive coordinator.
So he'll probably keep that same position, I would imagine.
I would think so. Yeah, unless they elevate him to head coach.
Well, one thing that's just to throw on here, if you use these traditional simplistic metrics as far as like total yards, Giants are 14th in offense. So offense has not been the problem. It's number 29 on defense and that's where Green Bay has a huge edge.
Yeah, the Giants can't stop the run. They're 31st against the run, and the Packers obviously have Josh Jacobs, but they're so limited offensively otherwise. With no Tucker Kraft, they're just a much different team. Romeo Doubs is banged up now. We don't know if he's going to play. Christian Watson's always an injury risk. So, and Jordan Love's not playing all that well. So I'm going to be in the Giants for a low to medium play. What are your thoughts on this one?
I will be on the Packers rather. If they were just coming off the one loss, I probably wouldn't. But all of a sudden, they went from 5-2-1. 5-1-1, I believe, when they were the number 1 seed in the NFC, to the point where right now they trail both Detroit and Chicago in the NFC North. So I think the loss last week was the wake-up call. Although again, it's hard to really, losing 10-7 as they did to the Eagles. That's a winnable game for both teams, and of course, McManus really had. Sirianni did everything he could to keep Green Bay alive in that final drive with that. I guess it's now being described as a rogue play between who was it, Brown and Love, as far as that goes. Brown and Hurts, rather, as far as that goes. But nonetheless. That game actually closed at Pick'em, so there was a lot of support for the Eagles. I was amongst those who supported the Eagles, but of course I played it before that line drop. But I think right now, Green Bay is taking a step down in class from their last several opponents, notwithstanding Carolina, although Carolina is probably more on the level of a Giants than Pittsburgh or the other team that the Eagles that they played the last 3 weeks. So I think this is a get well game for Green Bay. What did I have? I think they win. I've got them winning 30-13 in this game.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that'll be the first time they've won convincingly as a big favorite. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, the
we'll
first
see
time
what
they've
happens.
won by a margin. I mean, those first two games they won by double digits, and then nothing since then.
Right. Yeah. Since week 3, they've done nothing, and like I said, without Tucker Kraft, just far less explosive. No Kraft, no Dobbs. Watson a big concern. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe a get right game, like you said. It's certainly possible. I don't have like a ton of interest in this one.
Well, the Packers, by the way, again defensively, and they're going up against a quarterback who is a veteran but hasn't had a lot of reps this year.
Mhm.
Um, and the Giants' passing attack, pretty average. The running game is a little bit better than league average, but Green Bay, 6th against the run, allowing 92 yards per game. 11th against the pass, allowing a little bit under 200 yards per game. So the thought for me in this game is the Giants will have difficulty uh, moving the ball and scoring against the Packers. And the Packers, again, they're facing one of the weakest defenses, maybe the weakest defense outside of Dallas that they faced this year. And against Dallas, they put up 40.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Since they did play Cincinnati too,
Oh, yeah.
which
Yeah,
they
27-18 in that one.
yeah. So I don't know if I just don't trust this Packers team, but it's not like I'm very enthusiastic about the
If they
Giants
weren't
either.
off back-to-back losses and fallen from the number 1 seed to basically the third wild card right now, I
Mhm.
probably wouldn't be interested in the game. But now it's sort of a sign of because remember they got that Thanksgiving game coming up against Detroit, who they beat earlier. But this will be a game at Detroit, and of course that could have a lot to do with where these teams are in the division. So I don't think Green Bay. Obviously, they want to win this game, and obviously the Giants want to win. But I think Green Bay is probably preparing for this game, realizing that we can't afford to give up a game we should win, considering we have bigger games coming up within the division, especially that Thanksgiving Day game where another loss to Detroit really hurts their chances, not just of making it to the division title, but even making the playoffs.
I think if they were coming off normal rest, I would be on board with you with the spot. I just think with less time to prepare, especially for a new quarterback.
I don't think going from Monday to Sunday is as great is as big a difference as we think. Going from Sunday to Thursday is a huge difference.
Yeah, I agree with that, but it's never one team going from Sunday to Thursday.
It's not an advantage, but I don't think it's as big a disadvantage as people think.
Yeah, I mean this year it's been pretty stark, but like I said, I mean 8-16 is not a very very big sample size. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, here's long. Here's more of a sample size for you.
Let me ask you, if that 8-16, because I don't have well, I could probably find it because I do keep something there. How many of those 16 losses or non-covers were by the team favored after the Monday night game?
Hold on a second. I was gonna look up how. So teams coming off losses. Here's a big sample size for you. Teams coming off losses on Monday Night Football since 2002 are 148 and 198 against the spread. It's 42.7%. So just it's kind of like says like not great teams because otherwise they'd win.
I'll tell you where it's significant. I've actually got 9-16 against the spread after played last game on Monday, which was, well, for me it also could mean they played 2 weeks ago, but I think most of these teams are probably playing the next week. I don't know how many teams had bye weeks right after the Monday night, but there have been a few. Home favorites, if they played last on Monday, 5-4. Home underdogs, 0-3. Road favorites, 3-4. Road underdogs, 1-5. So underdogs are 1-8 against the spread. If their previous game, whether it be a week earlier or 2 weeks earlier, was on a Monday, 1-8 against the spread dogs.
So it's just the home favorites that are above 500 there,
right? 5-4, which isn't significant. It's more the 0-3 and the 1-5 on the underdogs, home dog, road dog.
Which makes sense.
Which meaning you are the weaker team. Now, I said 5-4 on home favorites, 3-4 on road favorites. That's 8-8 overall. That's a toss-up, and it basically means you're the better team. And half the time the better team covers, and half the time the better team won't cover the spread as a favorite. But the dogs, but the underdogs overall are struggling.
Yeah, so I mean, it makes sense because better teams are going to have a better chance to prepare on short rest than bad teams. So yeah, it's a good point.
No, I think the better team is the better team.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly true, but I would think that the better
And
team would
again,
have
it's a very small sample size. We're talking
right.
about 25 games for once for a half of a season. But and again, your numbers may be a little bit, but your numbers probably show the same thing this year as far as the split between favorites and dogs. With the difference being home favorite versus road favorite, because I also closed. Well, no, there weren't any neutral site games in here. When in my database, I often take a look at neutral site games as road games for both teams. I chart the European games as road games for both teams.
Oh, okay, I have them as neutral. So,
well, they're neutral, but neither team is at home.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
So they're both, and especially in the case of Europe, both teams are traveling.
Yeah. So as I was saying before, teams that coming off a loss on Monday Night Football, 148 and 198 against the spread. However, teams that coming off a win on Monday Night Football are 206 and 177 against the spread.
Yeah.
So and that's with no bye week afterward. So this is since 2002. Do you like the Packers as a eliminator pick this week? Not really. Yeah, I just think they're better options. You could take them. I mean, Andy said he recommended the Packers.
It depends who you have. For example, if you've already used New England, okay, there's probably the best option gone. If you've used, let's see, I don't know. I'm trying to think of other games where there's. If you've used Baltimore already, that's another option gone. Although you probably wouldn't have used. You might have used Baltimore in weeks 1 or 2, but week 1 was the game at Buffalo. And game 2 was actually when they hosted Cleveland, the team that they're playing this week. Otherwise, you got a lot of really low lines here. Let me see. Pittsburgh, Cincinnati. You may not have used. I happen to like Pittsburgh. We'll talk about this because I know you're on the other side there. Buffalo, Tampa Bay. You might have used both of those. I would think, given the importance of this game. And since we're not talking against the point spread, I would consider, New England's the best option, clearly, for me. Mm-hmm. And I would think that, it depends when people really started to believe on New England, because, again, and the thing with New England is, if you started to believe on them, you would have been correct on their 2 toughest games of the season, Buffalo and Tampa Bay.
Right.
They lost the opening game to the Raiders, and I forget who was the other one they lost to.
Steelers.
Okay. That wild game where Pittsburgh was that the game where they outplayed Pittsburgh and they lost?
Yeah, they lost 5. They had 5 fumbles in the game, or 4 fumbles, interception.
Yeah. So New England would have been many people may not have played New England yet, but this would be the spot for them. Again, it depends on who you have. If I had multiple entries and I didn't want to put them all on New England, like you asked before, Walt, with your 5 entries, I might put one on Green Bay.
Okay.
I mean, they're the better. They're the better team. I know they're missing Kraft, which is significant. Not as significant as I think as the Giants missing Neighbors and Scatterboo.
Yeah.
That's certainly true. And going basically. Well, he's theoretically their third string quarterback, Winston, but as far as talent goes, I'd certainly say he's second to Dart.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
But Love has not had that bad of a season. I think he's got a QBR, a rating of like 103, which puts him in the top 10.
Yeah, he's played pretty well. EPA wise, Jordan Love is whereas he's 4th in EPA this year. Yeah. So he's had a good year. He's just been inconsistent. Sometimes his footwork is just awful. He starts throwing off his back foot, and then sometimes he's incredible, like in that Steelers game. It's just very inconsistent. So Richard says I will not trust the Packers and Survivor in a million years. I don't blame you at all.
That's a long time frame.
Well, not a million in 1 year. A million in 1 year, you would maybe trust them, but not a million. All right. Anyway, our next game is Buccaneers at the Bills. The line is Bills minus 5.5. This could be your get right game. As you mentioned with the Packers, the Bills coming off that horrible loss to the Dolphins, and now they get a Tampa team that has every time they've had a chance to step up in competition, they just haven't done it.
Yeah.
Earlier this season, they played the Eagles. They were getting blown out until garbage time. Then they played Detroit. They lost by 15. Last week they played the Patriots. They lost again. I don't know if you want to count the Patriots in that echelon, but still they lost that game.
I think at this
Yeah.
point you have to, because well, they validated it somewhat with the win at Tampa, because Tampa's a good team.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, they had all
Yeah.
those close games early, so I would think that you'd have. Where do you have New England now? Is it B?
Yeah, they're Group B. Yeah,
Yeah,
I have
that's a good
I have
team.
them. I have them number 9 overall in my power rankings.
Let me see what my numbers have them. Actually, I have them in number 11.
Okay, close enough. Anyway, so and also the year before, you remember that Monday night game the Buccaneers had against the Ravens at home. They got blown out there. So my
Yeah.
point is, every time they played a Group A team or Group B, they just lose these games. Maybe they'll come through this time, but I don't know. I don't really trust this
Well,
team
we're
against
talking
the
about
league
against the
competition.
spread, though.
Yeah, or I mean,
Yeah.
outright they just lose the two.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, I would have to side with the Bills here, especially given that they're getting healthier. So like one other piece of that Buffalo Miami game, which I think a lot of people may have missed, it like not only was that a horrible spot for the Bills, they're also down a lot of players. They're down their top 2 corners, they're down 2 defensive linemen, and their top linebacker Matt Milano is not healthy.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain 16-0 at the half. The offense was the problem last week, not the defense.
Yeah, I mean, they did allow some big plays. Achane ran for what, 174 or something? Like, there was
but
a
again,
lot.
It doesn't explain the lack of offense.
I agree, and I think the lack of concentration with those fumbles that had to do with the offense. But
once again, at a certain point in time, you're beating a team that you beat earlier this year, and all of a sudden you find out that this team came to play. You're much the better team. Really good. You almost have to wonder. Are they starting to suffer from all those extra postseason games they played over the last 6-7 years? Is it wearing down on them?
Yeah, it's totally right. So anyway, I want to point out that the Bills look a lot healthier this week. Christian Benford and Taron Johnson are the top 2 corners. They're both limited today, which is an upgrade from last year when they were DMP, or last week when they were DMP. AJ Epinesa, who missed last week's game, is full on Wednesday, so he's going to be back. Matt Milano, I don't see on the injury report, so maybe he's healthier. He's going to be 100% at some point, you would think. So I think Buffalo is going to be trending upward here, especially off that embarrassing loss. I think they come back and have a statement game of sorts. What are your thoughts on this game?
I believe I have a lean here on Tampa Bay plus the 5.5, and I don't know what it would take for it to be a full play. It probably might be, I don't know if 6 would do it. Certainly 7 would. When I look at Tampa Bay, they've been involved in a lot of close games. They did have a couple of nice wins before their bye. Let me get my glasses out here. What did they have? They had the 20-point win at New Orleans. They lost at Detroit. They had the 11-point win over San Francisco a little earlier. They do have a win at Seattle this year, so they've been able to step up a little bit this year at times. You talked about Buffalo's injuries defensively. Well, Tampa Bay might be able to, although Mayfield has not played as well lately as he did earlier in the season. I would still think that. It is it's a good spot for Buffalo, but they may not be playing the right kind of team that they should be getting healthy against. Certainly, Miami was the kind of team that they should have been getting healthy again. But then again, they were coming off that win over Kansas City, so. That's what made it a flat spot for Buffalo. You would think that this would be a better spot, but I'm just wondering if they're going to be able, maybe the way of playing against Buffalo here might be to play the game over the total.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. Kevin with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Kevin. Once again, I really appreciate it. So he says nervous about the Bucks here. They did travel across the country and beat Metric Starling Seattle. That's true. Yeah, I mean, back when we didn't think that was a massive step up, but maybe now. But I mean, look, we'll see what Seattle does against the Rams if they get blown out by the Rams.
By the way, my number 1-2 teams in these objective, non-judgmental ratings, Rams 1, Seattle 2.
Yeah, and they play this this
Yeah.
405 game that's kind of like buried in the schedule. It's so weird. Which I talked about last week. It's like, why is this game at 405? Anyway, yeah, they did win Seattle. We'll have to see how good Seattle is, because Seattle has not beaten anyone at all yet. So though we'll see. We'll know more about Seattle at this time next week. Okay, but yeah, it looks like what is the Bills' defensive EPA? They have been rather dreadful. I will look that up right now. The Bills are surprisingly 14th in EPA. Now, their run defense is bad. Their run defense is 26th. However, their pass defense is, let me make that up real
I
quick.
have the traditional measures of yards per game. It's pretty close. Buffalo 30 against the run, number 3 against the pass.
Okay. Yeah, EPA wise says Bills are 10th against the pass, to 26th against the run. So somehow that equates to 14th in EPA, but I guess some weird stuff
Well,
is in there too.
I'll just take a look at yards per rush. Well, I don't have the rankings. I just have the numbers there, but they are actually bad. They are allowing 5.5 yards per rush.
Yeah.
Which, if I've got it correctly, the league average is 4.4. They allow 11.1 yards per pass completion. League average is 10.9.
So do you think that Tampa has what it takes to take advantage of that bad run defense? I mean, obviously Miami did with Achan, but I'm not sold on Rashad White as a good runner. I mean, he's a good receiver out of the backfield.
No, again, using it. See, I like to use the metric yards per rush, which covers everything. The higher, the difference is Buffalo's 5.0 running the ball, Tampa's 4.0. What's the difference? You say 1 yard. How do you get to that difference? It means Buffalo has more longer runs that are factored in and that raise the average. Okay.
Right.
You just do simple math to say, let's say a team has 50 rushes of 4 yards and they have 10 rushes of 20 yards, compared to a team that has 70 rushes of 4.2 yards, whatever it is, 3 yards. So it works out that way. So Tampa Bay doesn't have a good running game. Well, there again, you have weakness against weakness, averaging 4.0. The league average, again, 4.4. You've got Tampa 4.0, Buffalo allowing 5.5. Okay, yeah. So that's weakness against weakness, but it does suggest that the Buffalo run defense could be vulnerable. You take a look at passing. These numbers are very close. 11.0 versus 11.1 on defense for Buffalo, and the league average is 10.9 on completions. Again, I don't care about yards per pass attempts, because you're comparing success and failure. Right. And there's no, I just want to know what happened. The failures, the yards per pass attempt. Again, I don't know if it's all that meaningful, but incomplete passes are factored into account when you talk about completion percentage. But I want to know what happens when the pass is complete. And of course, there are different ways of measuring. How what are the yards after catch, for example. Is it a 10-yard? Is a pass caught 10 yards downfield, and then he runs for 50 yards? That's a 60-yard completion, but 50 of it was by what the runner did. Then again, it also might have been a pass that the guy was wide open for, and anyone, you or I, could have run the extra 50 yards.
Right. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, there are fallacies, there are strengths and weaknesses in virtually every statistic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Let's go to the next game here, which is one that we've referenced already. Bengals at the Steelers. The Steelers are -5.5, and yeah, you mentioned that you like the Steelers here. I think this is a great matchup for the Bengals. So. I look at just think about how.
I will say this. Yeah. The one, I'm not going to say advantage, but some might argue it is an advantage. But the one positive that Cincinnati has is Joe Flacco.
Yeah,
he's been playing very well, but unfortunately, Flacco doesn't play defense. And as down as the Steelers' defense is this year, although they have shown some improvement recently. Maybe not necessarily for 60 minutes, but certainly throughout stages of games, it's not nearly as bad as Cincinnati's.
Right. I just think Pittsburgh's defense, I think, is bound to collapse statistically, just because of all their injuries in the secondary. Like, they've had so many injuries at safety that Jalen Ramsey had to move from corner to safety, And then on Sunday night, they lost multiple corners and they had no corners left. And Jalen Ramsey at one point is like, what do I do? You know, and they have these issues in the secondary, and now they have to go against Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Joe Flacco, as you mentioned. Like, that just seems like a nightmare here for the Steelers. So I think the Bengals should be able to score very easily on this defense. And even if they fall behind, I think that the back door is just going to be wide open for them to get into the cover, just because of how bad Pittsburgh's secondary is. Now, Pittsburgh should score on Cincinnati as well.
Now, you want to interrupt you here. You want to find a surprising statistic for Cincinnati?
Sure.
The league average in yards per completion is 10.9. Cincinnati's 10.3.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of bad Jake Browning play.
But that's less and less a factor now. What's Flacco started? About 4 or 5 games?
Yeah, he's
and he had Burrow the first 2.
Yeah, a game and a half, and the one game was against Cleveland. They never play well against Cleveland. So, I think Flacco's definitely been a lot better than Jake Browning. If this were Jake Browning, I would not like Cincinnati. I'd be with you on Pittsburgh. I just think that Flacco gives the Bengals a great chance to score and win the game or cover with backdoor
potential. By the way,
yeah.
Cleveland yards per pass completion allowed exactly at the league average of 10.9.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, for some reason they always dominate Cincinnati. I think Cincinnati had like 160 yards in that Week 1 game. I think Cleveland gained about 200 yards.
Green Bay is number 1, allowing just 9.0 yards per completion.
Okay. All right. So anyway, I think Pittsburgh should be able to score pretty easily here. You know, the big injury that we're waiting on in this game is Trey Hendrickson. Now it's not looking positive for him. He did not practice today. There's a chance that he returns. Mike Tomlin even said that they're preparing as if he's going to play. Not that means anything, but if Hendrickson's on the field, I would love Cincinnati. Like I think they'd be maybe my top play of the week. If he's out though, I'm still going to like Cincinnati quite a bit, but not as highly. That defense can at least do something with Henderson. You know, get after Rodgers, who doesn't have good pass protection. But if Henderson's not there, they're not going to have the pass rush to really rattle Rodgers. And although Rodgers still releases the ball quickly anyway, it's just I don't know, just so mediocre for Pittsburgh's offense. They just like. They'll score sometimes, but given that Rodgers just gets rid of the ball as quickly as possible because he doesn't want to get hit, it just seems like they're so limited. So anyway, we saw Cincinnati beat Pittsburgh earlier. I think they can at least hang with them this time. I don't see why things would be different, especially given that Cincinnati's coming off a bye. You know, more time to prepare here.
Now we know Tomlin's poor record as a favorite.
Exactly. Yeah. Tomlin. You'd rather have him as an underdog, not as a favorite by more than 3. So yeah, for sure.
Well in that role the last few weeks. So
yeah. So anyway, I like Cincinnati here. So why do you like Pittsburgh?
Because they're going up against that Cincinnati defense, which has been like I mentioned, their last 3 games, they gave up 47, 39, and 31, and previously in a couple of games they gave up 37 and 48. We saw Pittsburgh be able to put points up in several games this year. Of course, they had the game against the Jets to start the season when they put up, 34, I think it was, in that game. Rodgers is clearly not the quarterback that he was, but he still has enough talent to be able to take advantage of weak defenses, provided he can get some protection. I just don't like this Bengals team right now. And say what you will about Tomlin, I still give him the edge over Zach Taylor.
Yeah, I'm no fan of Zach Taylor. I agree with that. But I just feel like this seems like a 34-31 Pittsburgh.
This is a desperation. You know? This is a desperation game for Pittsburgh.
I could see it for Cincinnati too.
You know, Cincinnati, you don't know about Burrow, but certainly for Pittsburgh, you know, they have to be hearing footsteps with Baltimore right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think you can make the case with Cincinnati. They're hearing Joe Burrow might come back, and they know that if they win one of these 2 games, then he was probably going to be back. So, I don't know. I think that gives them some pop.
I think both teams have motivation.
Yeah, I agree.
I just think Pittsburgh has again. It's not a great defense. Let me see what their numbers are. They're 26th. They are 26th compared to Cincinnati 32, and they're giving up still 50 yards per game less. They're giving up 9 points per game less, 20th versus number 32. Neither team can run the football. But against the run, Pittsburgh, you got to figure both of these teams are going to be able to run, but Pittsburgh should have more success. Number 32, again, you have a balanced Cincinnati defense, 32nd against the run, 30th against the pass, allowing 166 rushing yards per game. So I think Pittsburgh will be able to, even with their limited passing attack, be able to do some damage and wear down that Cincinnati front. Cincinnati allows, they're actually better. Pittsburgh is actually last in the league against the pass.
Yeah, and now they have
by about 9 yards per game.
Yeah, and now they have those
against the run. It's about almost 60 yards per game difference.
Right. Now they have those injured defensive backs, and they're going against Chase and Higgins. So that, I mean, you can see why I like Cincinnati. I think, right?
Well, they can get a little pressure on Flacco. That may change things a little bit. And again, a lot of it, will depend upon everybody's health. I just see a big effort out of Pittsburgh this week, knowing that, especially because of the way they ended last year with those 4 straight losses and an immediate bounce out of the playoffs. They've lost 3 out of 4 after, what were they, 4-2, I think, to start the season, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or 3-2.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh is
they started
5-4. Yeah.
Yeah, they started well. They were. I think they're 4-2 or something at some point. Anyway.
Because I think they're 1-3 since then.
Yeah, it makes sense. What does Andy think about the NE/A stat, which is adjusted net yards per attempt?
Well, for one thing, it's a control. Now that's what it takes into account down and distance.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure.
What are adjusted net yards?
I'm not totally sure about that one. I guess you don't think much of it because I'm not really familiar with it either.
It uses the overall size of the sample.
Yeah.
If you're 3rd and 2, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 15, whatever it is when you run. Again, the more conditions you place on a statistic, the smaller the database is.
Mm-hmm.
Just like how do home favorites do when they're returning from a 3-game road trip, of which they've lost 2 out of the 3, including the most recent game. Well, now you're now a sample size that how do teams do after a road trip? Okay, you're reducing a sample size. Let's say for 20 years. Let's say you're reducing a sample size from 250 to maybe 35.
Yeah, and then throw in how they do in a waning crescent moon in November.
Well, I'm talking about fundamentals that apply to the game. The more factors that you place on the conditions, if you place enough conditions, you'll find something that's 17-0.
Yeah, that's data mining basically.
Well, that's basically what it is. Now, I will take a look at a lot of situations that I expect. And I've got a nice developed database that I say, hey, this has to be a very positive situation because the logic behind it makes sense. And then you run the numbers and you find out, well, it's actually 48%. Or sometimes you might find it's 58%, and you are right in your hypothesis.
Yeah, I'm no fan of trends. I think they're fun to look at, but really you just can't.
Well, there's some validity there depending upon. I think it's in colleges. It's often. It's not as much these days, but years ago it used to be because recruiting there was such a huge gap in recruiting between certain schools and others that there was a natural built-in advantage, and the lines maker for many years could not catch up with that difference. But in the NFL, you're talking about the world's best athletes, and often it's coaching that's a different. If I'm going to look at trends, I look more or give more weight to trends related to specific coaches, and especially specific coaches who have been with more than one team, like, for example, in Andy Reid.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The fact that he was so good off of buys with both Philadelphia and now Kansas City, that's not a coincidence.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think coach-based
because
trends,
of the size of the sample.
I think coach-based trends.
What's that? Coach-based? Yeah.
Yeah, coach-based trends are really good. I think to a lesser extent, quarterback-based trends. If you're talking about elite quarterbacks coming off a loss, for example, they all tend to cover.
Well, the only problem with that is that the quarterbacks only cover the offense. Coaches can be responsible for both offense and defensive philosophies.
That's true. That's true.
So the head coaches, and a lot of it has to do with assistants, but again, and it also has a lot to do with the confidence that head coaches have in their various assistants. So yeah, I give a lot more weight to coaches who have been in a situation, and I don't know what the number is, 25 times, 50 times, whatever it is, but more coaches that have been, like Mike Tomlin has a nice track record because he's been around 17, 18 years.
Mm-hmm.
Right. He's coached like 300 games or whatever it is.
Exactly. Yeah, I can't wait till we have a quarterback who also plays defense, and then we can say, yeah, this guy controls both sides.
Yeah.
Until then, we won't have that. Richard says,
no, we like the quote quarterback records, but it has to be taken within the context. But that's only one half of the game. Maybe 1/3 of the game or 40% of the game. Let's say 40% offense, 40% defense, and 20% special teams.
Yeah, that's true. Richard says the moon phases are very important to games. Yeah, look, the moon's not out these days.
They are the games on the moon, absolutely. You can be playing in total darkness if you're on the wrong side of the planet.
Yeah, no, the moon, the moon's not out right now at night, in the early parts of the night when games are played.
Well,
so
actually, I will give some credence to that because it depends upon the player's horoscopes.
That's true. Some players might want the moon. Yeah, right. Yeah, they'll play better.
I'm talking about situations like like for example, the success rate of the tush push. Okay,
right.
It's not very good except if you're Philadelphia. So there's something to that.
Right.
Although I think officials are going to start to. I think what was the play last week? I think they showed a play.
They false started.
Philadelphia Green Bay, where they didn't call the false start on Philadelphia, but they did call it on Green Bay when they had some of that. So I think they're going to ultimately, and I mentioned before, it'll probably have something to do with the distance by which offensive linemen have to be separated from a number. By the way, I've never understood why offensive linemen can't hold, but defensive linemen can twist you around.
I feel like they can,
especially in a league that loves to have more offense.
They can call holding on any play. Like it's ridiculous. So, is Zach Taylor good?
If they wanted more, if they, the football purists would hate it if every game was 38-34. But the NFL would love it because offense sells.
That's true.
So if you allow holding, you're going to have more offensive play success.
That's true. Is Zach Taylor any good against the spread off a bye? Talk about coaching trends. He is 3-3 against the spread off a bye. So, nothing really to learn there. Yeah. How will Tampa play in 50 degrees with rain? I mean, it's not 50 degrees, not cold. It's not like this is like 25 degrees, then maybe, or heavy winds. I'm not like too concerned about that. Would you trade Vidal? He's got Hampton, and Hampton's about to come back soon. Tedrow McMillan's got Rico Doodle for any of these running backs. Hall, Judkins, Jalen Warren, ETN, Swift, Aaron Jones. I would trade for Hall. I would trade for Judkins. I'd trade for Warren and ETN. That's as far as I would go. So yeah, I would do that. And which tight ends the best this week? Theo Johnson, Strange, Njoku, or Musgrave? We don't know if Strange is going to play, so I would say Theo Johnson for sure. Quarterback this week: Mariota, Rodgers, Geno, Tua, Brissett. I think I would go Rodgers against the Bengals. I think you would agree, Andy.
Yeah.
Start one this week: Bo Nix, Rodgers, Purdy. We don't know if Purdy's going to play. McCarthy, Geno. Rodgers again. I think Rodgers against that.
Well, you do have Geno going up against the Dallas defense.
That's true. Although Dallas now with Quinn Williams, and I don't know Logan Wilson. I don't know how much of a difference they're going to make, but it's a little bit better. So I still go Rodgers, but I don't blame you for taking Geno. Also, McCarthy is a good matchup against the Chicago secondary.
Bears,
they have a lot of injuries in their secondary. Hurts is a Leo. So am I apparently. I hate those astrological questions. Like when someone's like, "Oh, what's your sign?" I'm like, "I'm dinosaur," and they're like, "What?" I'm like, I don't care. I really don't care about this stupid astrology.
Peace, baby, groovy. Yeah, that's my sign.
All right. Next game, Texans at the Titans. This line is down to 6.5 because of the CJ Stroud news that he's probably not going to play. He did not practice today, and apparently he still has symptoms. I mentioned this, and we had Richard in the chat bringing this up. I said this is the same spot that the Bills were in last week. The Bills, coming off a win, a big win. So is Houston. They had that great comeback against Jacksonville. They're playing a team. The Bills are playing a team that they already beat. So is Houston. And then the next week, the Bills had a tougher opponent. The Bills had Tampa, and Houston has to play Buffalo on a Thursday night. So this is an awful spot for Houston.
It's not so much playing Buffalo. Well, where is that game? Is that game at Buffalo or Houston?
It's in Houston.
Okay, so at least they don't travel, but it's still a short week. So the thought is that Houston will just show up.
Right. So I'm not convinced that we're going to see Houston at its top effort level here, or at least like they're not going to be. They could be overconfident here, knowing that they could probably beat Tennessee. Whereas Tennessee
what they do last week.
Who?
Houston.
Well, they had that great comeback against Jacksonville.
Yeah. I don't think they can be overconfident. Given the way that they played for 3/4 of that game. What did they do after they beat them the first time? Let me see if I can find that here. When it was 6-0 and they scored all those points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, so they won 26-0 in week 4, and then week 5 they played the Ravens.
They banged up Ravens, and they 44-10.
Yeah. So, not a real Ravens team in that week.
Well, I'll take a look up before you continue. I'll just mention that you've got the number 32 total offense in Tennessee facing the number 1 total defense in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the number 32 scoring offense, 14.4 points per game in Tennessee, going up with the number 1 scoring defense, 16.7. And you've got middle of the road offense, Houston, 22.7 points per game, going up against the league's number 30 defense. I think the only 2 teams who allow more points per game they allow 28.6. League average is 23.4.
Right. I mean, look, you're totally right. I mean, this is
and by the way, Tennessee number 31 against 31 in running the football, 81 yards per game. Houston number 2, 90 yards allowed per game. So they're going to have to force Tennessee to pass, and that's not been a strength.
Yeah, it's a total mismatch. I could have said the Bills versus Miami is a mismatch.
163 yards per game through the air. That's 31, and Tennessee allows 171, number 4. So I mean, it's a bad matchup all around. It's almost like what I said with New England. For Houston to lose this game, in addition to perhaps not being focused, they probably have to be -3 in turnovers.
Yeah, well, I mean, they could be. There could be weird stuff happening in a low effort game. Kickoff returns, fumbles, weird stuff could happen.
Oh, here's that any/a.
Yeah. Any passing yards minus sack yardage plus 20 times touchdowns minus 40
where
times.
Does that come in? That.
But
I don't know if that's a true stat, but
So anyway,
I mean, I would have to say that's a made up stat to get the point about all the various variables that go into something that aren't necessarily minus 45 times the number of receptions.
Mm-hmm.
I think someone was trying to make the point of how ludicrous some of these stats are.
Yeah. So Jay Berman is saying Texas wants to make the playoffs. They have to be focused on this game. I mean, look, probably, but
if you concede, it's still early, but the way they're playing, you almost have to concede Indianapolis is going to win that division. So now you're battling for a wild card against 2 of the 3 teams in the AFC West who don't win the division. Maybe Baltimore and Pittsburgh, or Baltimore and Buffalo and New England, for example, in the East.
Mm-hmm.
So Houston, they do have to be concerned that they don't make the playoffs if they don't win. If they're going to make the playoffs, they're going to probably need the double-digit wins, 10 or 11, to make it as a wild card.
Well, here's the counterpoint to that: is that they have to. So they have to win a lot of these games, right? They play Buffalo next. They play Buffalo in 4 days.
Yeah.
They have to be thinking, oh man, we have the Bills coming up. We'll take care of Tennessee, no problem. We have to really concentrate on Buffalo. That could be it here, given that they already beat Tennessee convincingly, 26-0. It's the same spot as the Bills. Like they could really just be flat here, and I totally agree about the mismatch.
I would normally say with that, except for the fact that they played for the first 3 quarters, against a team that they should have had much less
Yeah.
difficulty beating.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I really I don't
It's
know.
kind, it's kind of it's kind of like Green Bay coming off of two efforts, and now they're playing a team that they should beat. I could understand them, Green Bay losing to Philadelphia. I can't really understand them losing to Carolina, and that see, Buffalo, Pittsburgh is going. They went down in class after facing Green Bay to face Carolina. Then they went up in class after facing Carolina and losing. They went up in class to face Philadelphia and lost by 3, and now they're dropping down in class again against Cincinnati. Right. Okay, and you can almost say the same thing with Houston and Tennessee. I mean, you can't drop more in class than going against a team that is number 31 or 32 in so many categories as Tennessee is. Now, they did play them before, but again, they played 3 lousy quarters against them.
Yeah, they did. There's no doubt about that.
So now they're coming into a situation where they played 3 lousy quarters in their first meeting, and were fortunate in the fourth quarter they just outlast them. They have more talent, and they're coming off a game where they played lousy for 3 quarters and just made a remarkable comeback to win a game. So those are 2 games that, well, the Jacksonville game you could argue they should have lost based upon how the game flowed. Mm-hmm. The first game against Tennessee, you could say, was basically a toss-up, and they won the fourth quarter.
Yeah, but then again, you kind of wonder, like, they played lousy for 3 quarters.
If they think about that Buffalo game too much, they lose the game twice.
Yeah, no,
they lose this one here, and they lose to Buffalo.
That's true, but it has happened before. I kind of wonder if their mentality is like, oh, we played lousy for 3 quarters, and yet we still won 26-0. That's how bad Tennessee is.
No, but that's what the coaches will drill into them.
Yeah,
you guys were lucky. You played like shit and got away with it twice this year.
Are they going to listen to the coaches though?
Against Jacksonville.
Are the players going to listen to the coaches?
They
don't always listen to
the coaches. They will.
Yeah, I don't. Players don't always listen to coaches. It's kind of tough. So
sometimes they do.
Yeah, no. So again,
when you're a team like Houston and a coach like D'Amico Ryans, who I don't, he's a tough guy, and a team that's used to success. And now, all of a sudden, they can't take that success for granted of the last 2 years because they're in the division with the Colts team. They could have not winning between 11 and 13 games.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that this comes down to now. Here's one counterpoint I'll make against myself.
Sure. Okay.
So Houston, I think if Houston had Stroud coming back, even though they'd have better quarterbacking, I think there would be kind of a relaxed factor. It's like, okay, our quarterback's back, we'll handle this. Given that it's their backup, like they might know, okay, we have to play a little harder because our backup's in, So
and look what our backup did last week.
Sure, yeah, but they were way down through 3 quarters. Yeah. You know what I mean? But yeah, they did come back. So yeah, I don't know. I think Houston has a better chance of being focused than Buffalo had against Miami last week. So I'm not going to completely dismiss Houston as a side. I really do worry that they will be flat here. But even if they are flat, like Tennessee does nothing well at all. At least Miami has Achane to make big plays on the ground. They have Waddle. Tennessee can't do anything. So I'm like talking.
Would you agree with that? That Miami is a much better team than Tennessee, or at least a better team than Tennessee.
I think, Andy, if you and I got 9 other guys together, I think we'd be a better team than Tennessee. I'm
comparing the Miami team that lost to Buffalo last week, as opposed to the Tennessee team that lost to Houston and now faces them again, in a spot similar to the team that Miami beat last week.
I think I think Miami's definitely better than Tennessee. I don't know if they're so much better, but they are. They at least. I think every team in the NFL does something well, except for Tennessee.
Statistically, they are better than Tennessee, but not by that great of a margin.
Right. But I'm saying there's like something every team, 31 teams in the NFL can hang their hat on something. Like you mentioned Cincinnati being terrible. At least they have Chase and Higgins. Miami has Achane to make big plays. Tennessee has nothing. They don't have anything positive at all. They haven't
shown any improvement since the start of the season.
No, and in fact, I don't think they do anything on an average level. They are horrible at everything. They can't block. They can't run.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 10 categories, basic categories here.
Okay.
So total yards, offense, defense, points for and against, turnovers lost, turnovers recovered, rushing offense, rushing defense, passing defense. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Here's where Tennessee's ranks are: 32, 25, 32, 30, 24, 15. That's in turnovers forced. 31, 27, 31, 17. Pass defense. That's because everybody can run against them.
Right. It's usually
I mean, I've never seen teams. I mean, there are teams that are, Miami's numbers aren't all that great. In fact, you could argue they're very similar to Tennessee's. At least they've had an opportunity to win some games. Let me see. Any other teams that are that bad? I can't find. Even New Orleans has. Where are they here? They're on a bye. Even they have a top 15 ranking in a couple of categories.
We had a question. Where's Tennessee ranked in special teams? I don't
have, but maybe
I don't know. Like, no, I don't. I don't like. How do you rank special teams exactly? Like, based on what? Like, there's so many factors.
Punting and place kicking, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, there's returns.
How often does the punter put the ball inside the 20?
Sure. I mean, there's so many things like that. There's that. There's kickoff returns, punt returns, kickoff return prevented. Punt return prevented. Is like you said, field goals. Like, there's just so many things you can grade with special teams. So, their rookie Tennessee Shamari DK is a good returner. He returned one against the Chargers. So that at least they could do well. But really, special teams are just so random. I have
a measure that I've talked about before called the X factor, which is very simple to calculate. Okay, a team that ranks first in yards gained should rank first in scoring, or vice versa. Okay, teams that rank first in the fewest yards allowed should rank first in fewest points scored. Let me give you the numbers for Philadelphia, and I'll explain. So I call the X factor. It's like a matter of efficiency, which often means field position. It means special teams contribution. Philadelphia is number 23 in yards gained, but they're 12th in points scored. So they're plus 11 based upon the yardage. Defensively, they are number 18 in yards allowed. They're number 10 in points allowed. So in other words, giving up.
Andy, you're really breaking up there. It's like transmission is just awful. Like can't hear you, and you might want to just like I can't hear you at all. You're like Horse. I hope Andy doesn't step into the light. Looks like he's being hit by a poltergeist. Yeah, that was it's like transitions like from the moon or something. I don't know what happened there. Like suddenly he was sounding fine, and then it's just weird connection. So hopefully he connects again. I think he's on his way back now. There we go. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I can. No, never mind. Anyway, as we wait for Andy to return, I don't know if we had any questions here. Jeffrey Simmons is a positive. He did not practice today. Not sure if he'll play. He's important for the Titans. Yeah, he's such a good player.
I don't know if it's a connectivity problem or just a bad headset. So maybe we'll replace the headset.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we're fine. It's we don't have audio. We don't have video, but that's fine. We don't need video. It's audio is just good enough. Or now he's gone again. They're here. They're here. Anyway, so by the way, I was looking at I was looking up the NBA scores real fast because we had the Thunder tonight against the Lakers, and the Thunder won. And I was looking at the Nuggets, and Google had Nikola Jokic at 30. They had him at 20 rebounds. Andy, there you go. Yeah, I was saying I was looking up the Nuggets score because I have Jokic in a fantasy lineup. So Google had Nikola Jokic in the first quarter with 20 rebounds, and I'm like, oh my god, how does that happen? But apparently it's the wrong column. They had 20 points. Jokic had 20 points, not 20 rebounds. I was like, oh my god, he's gonna break the record here. Anyway, So what, Andy? What were you? Do you
Oh, so
remember what
yeah,
you were
so
saying?
I was getting back to Philadelphia, and the fact that they're basically plus 19 in that X factor that I use. Again, 23rd in yardage allowed, converted, however, into points. They're number 12. I'm sorry, yards gained. Yards allowed, they're number 18, but they're 10th in points allowed. So they're getting contributions from other parts because whether it be special teams, whether it be turnovers, whether it be other factors that they're set up in good field position, etc., where they take advantage of. So that because Philadelphia, if you look at Philadelphia's basic stats, they're not all that impressive. Like I said, 23rd in other than points scored and allowed, where they are number 12 and number 10. 23rd in yards gained, 20th in rushing, 19th in defensive rushing, 25th in passing offense, 14th in passing defense. Yet here they are, 7-2.
Yeah.
So they are my number 7th ranked team.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm higher, but I could really be talked down, talked into lowering them.
They are almost like this. They're almost this season's version of last year's Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. They just don't seem to. They just do the bare minimum to win. They just like whenever they play good teams.
Yeah, I don't think that's by design though. Nor do I think Kansas City was by design. Because again, you take a look at what have they been? 3 Super Bowls in the last 6 years, 7 years. It's a lot of extra playoff games they played.
Yeah, that's true. As far as this game,
by the way, which means again, I don't know if this is by design, but obviously Saquon Barkley is not being used as much as he was last year. Thought being, they're saving him for the latter part of the season in the playoffs.
He's also not getting the blocking. He is second worst in yards before contact. So he's getting hit in the backfield. Agenti is the worst.
Yeah.
But they're just not blocking as well. Becton's gone. Lane Johnson's been in and out of the lineup. Cam Jurgens has been in and out of the lineup. They just they haven't played as well up front. And plus they have a new coordinator.
Did you lose my picture again?
No,
it's there.
Yeah, you're there. Okay. As far as this game, who do you like here?
In the Houston Tennessee game, I like Houston.
You know what? I came into this show.
Let me see how I have it. I think I have it as an opinion on a playable opinion.
I came into the show, not going to bet Tennessee, but at least siding with them as far as like office pool purposes. And I talked myself into.
I don't know if it was before we went on the air.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we did this on the air or before we did. What Tennessee's point spread record is going back as far as it was. What would we say? 3 covers this year, so something like 5 and 27 or something like that. 5 and 23. Yeah. No, but I mean, even going back the last few years.
Yeah, dating back to last year is just
Tennessee ATS.
Yeah, I can look that up in a second, but they have been awful. They just I call them the money printing machine. Just bet against them every week, and you'll do well. Last year they were 2-15, 8-9 the year before. So 2-15 plus 3-6 is 5-21. 5-21 against the spread.
I think that my math is right.
Their average line, their average line is 5 plus 5. So they are on average 5-point underdogs in those games. This is like a historically bad team. Like I said, they don't do anything well, like nothing. Or anything at a mediocre level, except maybe special teams. I don't know. I talked myself into Houston, so I'm with you here. Isn't Tennessee the worst first half team ATS? I don't know. I mean, they were leading against the Rams actually in week 2 or week 3? Week
2, I think it was. Is that the one I lost? I think 31-19 or something like that.
Yeah, the Rams ended up covering. I remember I had the Rams in the contest, and then we had against Houston. We mentioned Houston, Tennessee was close, and then Tennessee.
Well, that was scoreless. I believe that may have been scoreless at halftime.
Yeah, and Tennessee, I feel like
or maybe 3-0.
Yeah, they're just coached so poorly that they don't make the necessary adjustments at halftime. They just get destroyed in the second half.
And they also don't have much talent.
Yeah, that's that definitely hurts. I heard this team's only 6th or 7th time the top defense faces the worst ranked offense since 1970s, since 70s.
I find that hard to
Um,
believe.
yeah, me too. That's it seems like that would happen way more often than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well,
Anyway.
we need to know what the definition is. Is it based upon total yards, which is I mean, when I say simplistic, it's an easy stat to understand. There are problems with it because I'd much rather use yards per play because, again, the Jets didn't run many plays because they had 2 special teams returns.
Yeah.
I still don't know
so
that explains only 45 net yards in passing.
Yeah. What is the stat on last offense against first defense? That's something I don't have.
No.
I don't know if you had that, Andy. I don't.
No.
Hard to look up or to input that into a database.
Well, the other part is that it changes. You'd have to have the weekly rankings of the teams going back week by week for years and years. Now, you could go back and see. Well, one thing I do each week, and let me see if I can find it here, is, and I do it in colleges and I do it in the NFL, and I take a look at 14 key stats that I like to look at and match how the top tier teams do and how the bottom tier teams do. In fact, I'll just give you an example here.
Okay.
The team now there are 136 FBS teams in college football, so I look at the top 25 and the bottom 25. Okay. In the NFL with 32 teams, I could go 8 at the top and 8 at the bottom, but I don't want that many teams in there because that basically is dividing it into 4 quadrants. I'd like to have a smaller amount. It's kind of like 20% on the top, the 20% on the bottom, and the 60% in the middle. So in the NFL, I use the top 6 and ties and the bottom 6. So we're teams ranked 1 through 6 and teams ranked 27 through 32. And I'll take, for example, rushing offense, which is yards per game. The top 6 teams right now through 10 weeks, 32 and 23 straight up. That's 58.2%. 31, 23 and 1 against the spread, 57%. The bottom 6 teams, 19 and 37 straight up. That's 33.9%. And 22, 33 and 1 against the spread. That's 40%. And I see a lot of that. I'm trying to find one of the more extreme examples. We don't have it as much this week in the pros, but let me see if I can find one here. Scoring offense. Top 6 teams, 63.6% against the spread. Bottom 6 teams, 41.1% against the spread. So if you take the reverse of both and you take the wins and the losses for the better team and vice versa, 68-43, 61.3%. I think there's another category that is right around that. There are a number that are right around 60% total if you combine the positive record of the good teams and the negative record of the bad teams. So, for example, 42 and 14 straight up for one of my factors, and 17 and 40 straight up for the bad teams. So I take the 42 and the 40, which is 82, the 17 and the 14, which is 31. So 82 and 31 overall, 72 point something percent here. That's straight up. It's 59.8% those same teams when you take a look at their point spread record. So there is some validity as far as the better teams having the better records, which you would expect straight up and against the spread, and the weaker teams having the weaker record. But I don't have it necessarily on a matchup basis because of the fact that the rankings change each week.
Right.
The top 6, I might have 6 teams this week, and 2 of them might drop out, and 2 others might come in. Although as we get deeper into the season, it's harder to drop out of a certain position because you've got more games in that database that put you in those positions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
After 3 weeks, 2 turnovers in the game could be from 3rd to 19th. In week 11, 2 turnovers in a game could drop you from 13th to 14th.
Right.
Because that's such a small impact.
Yeah, it's such an ever-changing thing. It's so hard to determine. So you're talking me into Houston for Survivor. I was set on the Patriots. Now I'm confused again. I would still go Patriots over Houston.
I still go Patriots.
Look, do you really want to put all your eggs in the Davis Mills basket? I don't know. But you get Houston week 14 against the Raiders at home. I think that's that's better. That's certainly better than this spot. Matchup wise, it's you're not going to get better than Tennessee matchup wise, but the Raiders is a good matchup as well. So anyway,
I think it'll be good. I think it'll be a few spots to go against the Raiders. I know they're going to be at the Chargers later in the year after they Chargers beat them, I think, in week 2 on that Monday night game. Saints, who knows with this quarterback in there now if they're going to be any improved. But again, New Orleans won last week not because of their offense. They won because Carolina could only score 7 points early in the game, and that was it.
Yep. Yeah, Shuck had a decent game too, but still,
yeah,
that was the main factor for sure. All right, let's get to the next game, which is Chicago, Minnesota. This line is Vikings -3. Of course, Minnesota beat Chicago in week 1. That was in Chicago. Now they have the rematch here.
That was the best quarter of McCarthy's career today.
It was, and maybe
Seriously,
he will have another great quarter here, or maybe quarters, because he's playing against a Chicago defense that is absolutely dreadful, especially against the pass. They are horrible against the pass. Their top 2 corners have been out, and on top of that, they get the lead. They have the fewest pressures in the NFL. They just don't get to the quarterback at all. I actually have a pressures ranking on the site, which you can see here. If you go to the main site, there's NFL pressures rankings. And once you get through the millions of ads, you can see how they are. The Bears are dead last with 121 pressures on the year. The top team is Denver at 240. So that's half as many pressures as Denver, which is pretty pathetic. So they can't stop the pass. And without TJ Edwards, they really struggle against the run. TJ Edwards was out last week. We have to see his status for this week. He was DMP in practice today, so that's not a good sign. Given all of Chicago's defensive inefficiencies, plus the fact that 6-3, they're kind of I feel like a very, very misleading 6-3. I don't think now they did start 0-2, but they could have lost so many of these.
The game. Forget just the game to the Giants, the game to Washington, the game to the Raiders.
Yep. So they could have easily lost these games, and I think Minnesota's underrated because they were so ravaged by injuries for many of their games. Now they have their offensive line back with Darisaw and O'Neal and Andrew Van Ginkel, Blake Cashman on defense. They're so much healthier now, and they played pretty evenly with Baltimore. The difference was that kickoff return fumble that gave Baltimore a touchdown. Otherwise, Baltimore won the game by 8. Maybe it could have gone the other way. So I like Minnesota a lot here. What are your thoughts on this game?
I also have them as a playable opinion at -3. I look at the offense and defensive matchups, and of course, Minnesota's offense is not all that good. Number 24 going against a 27 ranked defense. Chicago number 3 in total offense. Minnesota number 12, pretty good in total defense. That matchup works. Chicago number 1 in the league, 20 turnovers that they've benefited from, 2.2 per game. Minnesota not that good in holding on to the ball. They've lost 14, 1.6 per game. That's 28th. On the other hand, Chicago has lost less than 1 turnover per game, 6 for the season. That's 0.7. That's number 4. And Minnesota's ability to create turnovers, 8 on the season. That's 0.9 per game. That's number 25. So if you use handicapping factors, turnovers, which again are generally not handicappable, other than what I believe, because again, turnovers lost are the result of decisions, how you carry a football, whether the quarterback should attempt the pass, whether the decisions made by the player, and just the defense happens to be in the right spot to recover a turnover that either team could recover in many instances.
Right.
So if you do that, you can make a case for Chicago. Chicago does have a better running offense by 45 yards per game, number 2. Minnesota's 102, number 24. Minnesota does have, interesting, Minnesota's best yardage ranking, rushing offense 24, rushing defense 22, passing offense 22, pass defense is number 9, and Chicago's number 11 in pass offense. So they're able to take advantage of, or not take advantage of Chicago's passing game, or vice versa, take advantage of Minnesota's good pass defense. So the thing that did surprise me, and again, it has to be taken within context of yards per game. Minnesota allows 126 on the ground. Chicago only 135. You would think the difference would be a lot more concerning the overall defense of those two teams.
Yeah. Yeah.
Still, I prefer Minnesota. I'm sorry. Yeah, I prefer Minnesota, even though I like the job that Johnson is doing. I mean, yeah, they're getting a lot of these fortunate wins. He's coaching them up. I think I would say that Caleb Williams is a better quarterback now than he was in game one.
I would agree. He's so inconsistent, though. Sometimes he just looks like he doesn't know what's happening.
Yeah, so same thing like Bo Nix.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're going to get week to week, but you're getting good coaching.
McCarthy, too. Yeah, same with McCarthy, I think.
Well, McCarthy, you've only had a couple of games to judge that on, but I think again, see, Minnesota's another one of those negative teams on efficiency. 12th in yards allowed, 18th in points allowed. So they're giving up points at factors other than what the other team is doing offensively.
Yeah, just remember they've been missing Van Ginkel for more than half of their games, and Cashman for about half their games. So their linebacker, they were just ravaged by injury, but now that's not the case anymore. How much do you trust? How many trust do you have in J.J. McCarthy, and is Justin Jefferson injured? Jefferson, I don't know. I mean, he's not on the injury report, so I don't see why he would be injured. Versus the main thing with Caleb, he's now matching his lip gloss with his nail polish. That is what is giving him an edge this year.
Hey, whatever works. Whatever works to put you in a positive, confident mindset.
Sure. I mean, look, whatever floats your boat. It's fun. So yeah, if it leads to wins, then go for it. Why not? Anyway, the next game is Panthers at Falcons. This line is Falcons minus 3.5. No, the Falcons, they can't quite lay an egg against Carolina again, can they? Like, they're coming off those losses. They're now 3-6. They can't afford any more losses this year. But they put themselves in this hole with no shows against Carolina the first time, and Miami.
They're what, 2 games behind, a game and a half behind
Carolina,
because they played one more. Because Carolina's played one more game, 3-6 versus 5-5.
Yeah. So. You just have to wonder.
It's hard to believe with the talent that Atlanta has that they are 3-6. And we say that every year.
That shows how bad their coaching is. Raheem Morris, he's a great defensive coordinator, but when it comes to head coaching, we've seen him fail twice already, and once in Tampa and now here. Maybe he's one of those the kind of like the new age Wade Phillips or
North Turner,
or Josh McDaniels. They just really good coordinators, but can't succeed as head coaches. So I also. On top of not being able to trust Raheem Morris, Atlanta is just really tough schedule here. Just flying back from Germany to play a 1:00 game.
Did you find out why they did not take their bye after Germany?
I don't know. I don't understand why they don't. They have the option to do so, and they didn't do it. Maybe it's because Raheem Morris is clueless. That's a coaching decision, right?
I don't know if it's a coaching decision or a management decision. It's probably a combination.
I mean, I would assume that Raheem is. If he's not consulted on this, then they have major problems.
What I want to know is why aren't the players consulted? I'm sure the players would love to have that time off. Sure,
or at least talk to Penix. No team in the NFL plays to the level of their competition the way the Falcons do, both good and bad. Yeah, I agree. I think Atlanta's better than Carolina, despite what the records say. So if I made me choose this game, if I had to bet this game, I would say Atlanta. I just don't trust them with the travel. I don't trust their coaching. I don't trust the quarterbacking. Penix is so inconsistent. So to me, this is just a small lean on Atlanta. What do you think about this game?
Yeah, I have a small lean on Atlanta as well. I'm not going to play the game either out of pocket or in the contest. But if I were to make the play, I'd lay the 3 before I would take it.
Okay. All right, we can just get to the next game. We don't really have opinions on this one. The last of the early games, Chargers at the Jaguars. Chargers are now -3. I believe they're 2.5 earlier in the week, but now they're a full 3 at Jacksonville. So to me, I don't really want to play the Chargers because they have severe offensive line injuries with Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater missing, plus their third.
Well,
tackle.
they've had those injuries. They had the injuries last week, and they
No.
did a number, on Pittsburgh. Harbaugh's just a good coach. He makes adjustments. He sees what he knows what the weaknesses are going to be. He may not know how bad they're going to be, and when he finds out how bad they're going to be, he seems to have the right solution.
Yeah, that's true. I just feel like they're weakened right now. They're not. They're not. They can't play up.
I mean, we've seen the same thing with Tampa Bay earlier in the year. We've seen the same thing all year with San Francisco.
Yep.
As far as being able to overcome, woe is me. Hey, you got to deal with it. Every team deals with injuries. Some teams deal with more severe injuries than others, and some teams deal with injuries better than other teams do.
Yeah, and I mean that gets me to their competition. So when if the Chargers, who are just weakened by these offensive line injuries, play against a great defense, then I don't really trust them at all. However, there are other factors as well, which includes
that does not define Jacksonville.
Sure, right. That there are other factors involved, which we saw the Sunday night game where Pittsburgh's defense did a great job in that game outside of that one drive after they went incomplete in the 4th down and it looked like the Steelers just gave up. The Steelers were doing a great job on the Chargers for most of the night. The problem is they couldn't score at all. They just had a very weak offense.
Well, see, that's the thing that people are not giving the Chargers. Remember, the Chargers led the league last year in fewest points allowed.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
They're now this year. Let me see where they are this year. The Chargers this year, 8th, 20.3 points per game. Again, the average they're a field goal better than the league average.
Yeah, they're 5th in EPA, so they're even better than that according to that stat. So they have this great defense that can just suffocate opposing mediocre or worse offenses. We saw that versus Pittsburgh, and I think we're going to see that with Jacksonville here. Trevor Lawrence has not played well this year. His blocking is very poor. The Jaguars allow the 8th most pressures in the NFL. Their top 2 receivers are injured. Hunter's out for the year. Thomas, even if he comes back, he may not be healthy. They're still missing their tight end. Brenton Strange may return, but I'm not totally convinced that he will. So this offense is just so pedestrian. I just don't really see them doing much against the Chargers. So I think I'm not excited. Like I said, I'm not eager to bet the Chargers here. But if I had to bet this game, I would be the Chargers because I think they'll eke out a defensive struggle, like maybe 20-16, something like that, and they'll barely cover and they'll win this game. So I would side with the Chargers if I had to. I don't really want anything to do with this Jacksonville team right now. I think which is at a very overrated 5-4, very misleading 5-4, I should say. So who do you like in this game?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that I like Minnesota -3 over Chicago, and I have that rated in the same category as the Chargers -3 over Jacksonville, and I think I like the Chargers over Jacksonville a little bit more. At least regardless of how they get there, they are still developing a winning culture with Johnson in there, and they're winning close games. They're coming from behind. Jacksonville, they haven't been the same team, I think, since they won that game at Kansas City or against Kansas City.
Yeah, I mean that was a misleading one too. They had so much luck go their way in that game, and now I feel like they're paying the price of the variance return.
And I think the Chargers line is short because of those injuries, like the Alt being out, etc. Even though they've been able to do somewhat, but I think it's also that their defense is starting to get a little bit of recognition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we agree on this one. And I think you like it more than I do, but I do side with the Chargers here.
Well, I'm going to play it, and it's probably going to be in at least one of my contest picks.
Okay.
One of the contests.
Okay. All right. The start of the 4:00 games, we have Seahawks, Rams, again, 4:05. Not sure why. So the Rams are favored by 3 here. And this, as you said, they're your top 2 teams. I mentioned earlier that Seattle has not beaten anyone this year, and it's true. They so I mentioned this before. I ranked teams groups A through F. Seattle has played 1 team this year above Group C, which is the Niners when they were healthy in Week 1, and the Niners beat them. Otherwise, Seattle.
But that game doesn't count for you because it's Week 1.
Exactly. So that makes it even worse for Seattle. So if you exclude that, they have not played anyone above Group C. So I don't know. But they are ranked first in offensive
But
EPA.
the
They're
only thing
first in
and
defensive
I have to
EPA.
keep this in mind is your ratings, even though they're based on numbers, they're still subjective.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, it has to be this
Because if you base it on numbers, and then again, see, I base mine on numbers, and then the interpretation is the artistic part by looking at the strength of the schedule. You can only play, win or lose against the teams you play.
Right.
So so yeah, if Seattle played New England's schedule, they might have the same numbers.
Right.
They played weak schedules.
And I'm not going to. I don't penalize Seattle for that. I have them in Group A, so I think there's a chance they could be the best team in the NFL. I'm not going to discount that, but we haven't seen it yet, and so I want to see for myself.
Have we had we haven't had the chance to see it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So I just don't know what to do with this game, personally. What I do know is that last year when Sam Darnold was having a great year, do you remember the team that dismantled him in the playoffs?
Yeah, at the end of a grueling season where he probably had 350 hits and a few concussions. We're still in mid-season, so he's playing. It's we tend to isolate certain games and not look into the causation possibilities. And for example, Darnold's two bad efforts in the game against the Rams and the Lions could have been the toll that his body took, because I don't know if that was the most passes he'd ever thrown in a season, but he certainly got to see basically most of the season as the starter. So we don't really know that. It's just like it's just like basing. Well, this is different because of injuries. Baltimore's 44-10 loss to Houston as indicative of what kind of team the Ravens are. That's obviously related to the defensive injuries and the absence of Lamar. So a lot of these things have to be taken into consideration. And if I've got these things, because my numbers that have Seattle ranked high are based purely on the mathematics of it. And of course, part of the mathematics of it that I understand is the relatively weak schedule that the Seattle's played, but they've taken advantage of it.
Yeah,
now,
they have.
Now they're going to. Now they are probably going to face. I guess you'd have to say they are facing their best test of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Rams facing their best test of the season? You could argue they are also. Philadelphia, maybe.
They played the Eagles. They're up 26-7 before that comeback and the blocked field goal, which Chris is saying here that the Rams could be undefeated right now, which is definitely true. So I pointed out the Rams because the Rams gave Darnold a lot of issues.
I'm trying to cut out. Who did you say liking this one?
I didn't get to that, but I think the Rams gave Darnold a lot of issues in the playoffs last year because of their pass rush. They were just all over him. And Darnold, if you look at the disparity of how he plays when he's kept clean and when he's pressured, it is very wide. And now I know
what's your ranking, if you have it, on Seattle's offensive line? Say compared to Minnesota's from last year.
Yeah, they are better than I thought they would be entering the season. Their tackle play is really good. Their interior line play, though, is not that good. And so that is my worry here, that the Rams can rush in the interior, as we saw last year in the playoffs. That was what gave the Vikings the biggest issues, their interior line play, and that disrupted Darnold. He's going to have the same problem in this game potentially if the Seahawks can't block. And I mentioned that Darnold has a huge disparity when he's pressured versus kept clean. When he's kept clean this year, 80% completion rate, 11.2 YPA, which is insane. When he's pressured, 50% completion rate, 7.0 YPA. There's always a difference when a quarterback is pressured versus kept clean, but that is one of the biggest disparities in the league. So we know Darnold from his early days when he said he saw ghosts against Bill Belichick, that he can be rattled. And I do wonder if the Rams, with their great defense, can rattle him. Look, maybe they can block for him. Maybe he's going to have another great game, and maybe Seattle wins. but I trust the Rams more than I trust Seattle right now. They are proven. I know the Rams are great. We just don't quite know if the Seahawks are great. So I would side with the Rams here. I don't know if I'm going to bet this game. I might. I'm not sure yet. I have to think about it some more. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, again, I have these teams rated 1-2, so obviously my numbers suggest either team could win, which would generally say take the points with the underdog. It's not a game I'm going to play. I did lean towards the Rams laying the 3, playing at home. One thing, and to your point about pressure, quarterback pressure, Seattle allows 3.5 sacks per game. The Rams allow 3.0, so we could see a number of sacks both ways in these games. Although, no, I'm sorry, that's what they both. Not what they allow. Neither team is sacked very much. I was looking at the wrong column. Seattle allows 1.1 sacks per game. The Rams 1.6. But defensively, Seattle sacks the opposing quarterback 3.6 per game. The Rams 3.0 per game. So both defenses are facing quarterbacks who have not been sacked as much as I don't have the league average here, but I think it's somewhere in the close to 2.5.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, we both, yeah.
So I like the Rams. Don't know that I'm going to play them. Don't know I'm going to use them only because I think there are other games that I prefer. But would I be surprised if Seattle wins? No. Who am I hoping for? The Rams, because I have Super Bowl futures on them.
We completely agree. I have Rams Super Bowl futures as well, including those.
But that wouldn't stop me from betting on Seattle, and it's quite possible that in the rematch I'll be on Seattle.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I have exactas with the Rams on with the Chiefs, Bills, and Ravens. So hopefully one of those comes to fruition. I think 80-1. I think with the Rams beating any of those teams. Okay. Anyway,
did you play that after the season started or before the season?
Before. Which even so, I played it before, way before. And then we had reports in August about Stafford's back being
the back
hobbled, and I was like, oh, come on.
So you probably could have gotten a better number. You probably would have gotten a number if you'd waited.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I was so tilted by that, and then apparently I don't know what happens to this back injury. Apparently,
I think I have Rams like 300-1 against the Chargers.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. And the Chargers a similar number against the Rams.
Yeah, so I mean, look, that's still alive. It's
Chargers, very much alive. I mean, there are a lot of combinations very much alive. Yeah.
They Chargers can make a run with Herbert for sure. Okay, so the next game is the other side of the round robin with the NFC West, the 49ers at the Cardinals. This line's up to 3, which I don't quite understand why this line is 3. Maybe you have insight on this. I made the Cardinals favorites according to my numbers. I know they have a big disparity in the records, but the Niners are so banged up that I don't really.
They're banged up. They're banged up every week, and they continue to battle through it. At some point, we have to come to I think a conclusion that the 49ers, their management knows how to develop depth, knows how to scout players, and perhaps, given the history of injuries that the team has had, know how to be prepared for when injuries strike, whatever the position is. Yeah, at what point do we say it's no longer just coincidence that they keep winning these games when they're playing the theme to MASH instead of the national anthem?
Well, they do win some games, but they do lose others. Like they lost to Tampa. They got blown out by the Rams. Now, obviously, the Rams are much better than the Cardinals. But
they beat the Rams the first time.
Yeah. I mean, they did, but they got outgained by like 200 yards in that game.
I don't care if they got outgained. They won the game. They were playing with the lead most of the game. Rams did outscore them, I think, 9-0 in the fourth quarter, the first of the overtime, and then when it's a brand new game, 49ers won.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel
we can pick apart every game played this season, virtually every game, and make a case for why the team that lost the game could have won or should have won.
Yeah, I feel like they play that game 10 times. The Rams win eight times or so.
Yeah, but they only play it once. It's hypothetical what they would do. Would they be favored 8 out of 10? Probably in that situation, but they only play once. Well, they play twice, obviously, but comparison is. I actually have San Francisco ranked number 12.
Okay, yeah, it's a big disparity from where I have them.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, they won. Sure, they're 6-4, right? But they lost to Tampa, they lost to Jacksonville, they lose to Houston. All these teams are like in the same area as Arizona. So like, I don't see why.
Well, I think those teams are better than Arizona.
You do, really? I am equal to Arizona.
I have Arizona ranked 17th.
Oh wow! So what do you Houston, Jacksonville?
Houston, I actually have ranked number 4.
Wow. Okay.
Largely because of their defense.
Wow. Okay. What about Jacksonville?
Jacksonville, I have as number 14.
Okay. Well,
It's a few spots ahead of
14, 17, not too far
Yeah.
apart. Then, wow. Okay. Yeah. So, well, I mean, yeah.
Again, these are numbers that are applied consistently. Actually, not even applied. They're part of their mathematical, statistical formula that is used, and so there's no judgment in developing the numbers. Now, when I see Houston ranked number 4, well, they outscore their opposition. They win by margins in a number of their games, despite the competition. Obviously, you're going to win by a greater margin against New Orleans than you are against Indianapolis or whatever. But I just take a look at the numbers, and then I interpret the numbers because, yeah, I'm surprised Houston ranks that number 4.
Mm-hmm.
But I use that to my advantage because I'm valuing them higher than the lines maker.
Okay. Yeah, I have both these teams in Group C. I have the Niners 6 spots ahead of Arizona.
Yeah.
So not it should be quite Arizona -2 or
See,
whatever.
the difference where we differ is that you rank a lot of these teams based upon the individual components, the offensive line, the defensive backfield, etc. I rank them based upon the overall performance of the teams, which includes everything that occurs: good, negative, healthy, unhealthy, fluke, planned out, etc. So that's why we're going to have differences and I'm not even going to say in opinion, because mine's not an opinion. Yours is a little bit more of an opinion because of the way that you, and there's nothing wrong with what you do. In fact, I think it's a good idea that you rank these teams based upon how good the offensive line is. You make adjustments for injuries, but that's how we come up with different rankings for some teams. And they're like I say, for a long time I thought you had underrated Seattle quite a bit, and but they keep winning. Again, you can only beat the teams on your schedule, and you can always make a case of well, if this play didn't happen, if that play didn't happen. Number one, you don't know would have happened. You don't know if the game would have gone the same way if a certain play had not happened.
Right.
Because that certain play affected what came after it, one way or another.
Yeah. One thing to watch out for here is the Arizona cornerback injuries. Their top 2 corners are out last week.
Yeah.
Will Johnson is DNP today, but Max Melton was limited, so at least he might.
But if we continue, it's not no, it is a playable game. I do like Arizona in the game plus the points.
Oh, so we're arguing, but we agree.
Well, we're just talking about structural things as opposed to the game. Again, my numbers. Well, because my numbers have my numbers on a neutral field have San Francisco about 2.5. When I take into account the home field adjustment, I have San Francisco by 1.3.
Okay. So you just like the number? Is that why you like Arizona? Just based on the number +3?
Well, they're coming off their worst game of the season. Remember, this is a game that in all their losses had been extremely competitive. They've seen this team before. It was a 16-15 game, so it could have easily gone either way, or certainly neither team dominated in that game. San Fran, and I somewhat discount who knows if Brock Purdy deserves his job back the way Mac Jones has played.
That's true. Yeah.
And that's and again, that goes to John Lynch, and he's been an outstanding general manager as far as he goes with the 49ers. He's got a nice track record along with Shanahan as coach. Now, of course, Arizona is a different team without Kyler Murray, but last week's performance of Brissett reminded us stat-wise of Kyler Murray. But that could have just been a one-off.
Mm.
We always talk about the recency bias. Oh, don't place too much emphasis on what you saw last week. Who said that brings up last week when they're making analysis of the game.
Right.
Right. and which is okay. Don't overemphasize what you saw last, but don't fail to emphasize. Or no, don't overconsider what you saw, but consider it. It means something.
Right. Yeah.
Like Buffalo's loss last week to Miami means something. What it is, we did not know yet. It may turn out to have been just Buffalo's worst game of the season.
Right.
We won't know that because they may end up going. They may do what the Eagles did last year. Win 7-8 games to end the season and win the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's certainly true.
Yeah. So we don't want to. Okay. This is the way I say. You don't want to overreact, but you don't want to fail to react either.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. So yeah, it looks like we both like Arizona here. +3 from me.
Yeah.
It would have to be 3. Is there as the Rams tackle with Klotz coming back? Not only, I mean, he hasn't missed the game. He's played the entire season. Alaric Jackson. I don't understand that. That's again Rams with these misleading August injuries. Stafford is back. Oh, he can't play. He's been great. MVP season potentially. Alaric Jackson out for most of the year. Nope, he's going to play week 1, and he's played every game. So he's played well. He's played great. So
by the way, Walt, the Westgate line, which is out for the contest, San Francisco -3.
Oh, was it -3? Okay. I was looking at the look ahead was 1.5. I see 3. Okay. Arizona certainly potentially.
What did you say? 1.5 was a look ahead?
1.5 was a look ahead. Yeah. So potentially
San Francisco favored though.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Let's get to the next game. Ravens at Browns. Ravens are -7.5 at Cleveland. I hate looking at the weather. There might be some wind here, potentially looking like 19-mile-an-hour winds, but who knows what's going to happen with the weather? I would say like weathermen can't even predict the weather. So like, what are we looking at here? To me, this is. I mean, I look at like if you look at Baltimore's entire season statistically, they do not rank well. But I think that's a mistake because they've suffered so many injuries throughout the year that if you just look after their bye when they've gotten everyone back, offensively they are ranked 9th, and defensively they're ranked 7th. And that 9th is one game without Lamar Jackson. It was the one game that Huntley started against Chicago. So they could be even better than 9th offensively. So you look at the 7th ranking defensively, and then you consider the quarterback on the other side, Dylan Gabriel. I think this is super easy, just matchup wise. Dylan Gabriel, one of the worst quarterbacks we have in the NFL, I think right now. I don't even think he'd be a third string or second string quarterback, and on most teams he'd be a third stringer. I kind of joke that he would be a backup in the CFL, which I don't know. I mean, he's small. He has no arm strength. He has no pocket awareness. I don't know what he does well. He can scramble, I guess. Like, this guy stinks, and I don't trust the blocking either. The tackle play has been bad for Cleveland this year. This offense against
31st in offense, 29th in scoring.
Yeah, they're not going to score anything against Baltimore unless they have kickoff return nonsense like the Jets had against them. Now the Cleveland has a great defense, so it's not like Baltimore is going to go crazy here or anything. But Baltimore did score 41.
Well, we have to believe that. And these statistics are still heavily weighted towards Baltimore's injuries from the first part of the season. Mm-hmm. And the offensive numbers are somewhat deflated because of the few games that Jackson missed. So we have to believe that Baltimore's numbers and their rankings on both sides of the football are going to improve week by week by week.
Yeah.
So that whereas right now they are ranked 20th in offense and 26th on defense, I'd say by season's end, they'll probably be ranked somewhere between 10 and 13 on offense and maybe between 10 and 13 on defense, or maybe 13 and 15.
Right. So I said they since week 8 they are 7th and 9th in offense and 7th in defense. So yeah, they're top 10 in both, and I think that's how they played and how they will play. So I like Baltimore quite a bit here. I don't see the Browns doing anything offensively. It seems so lopsided. Anytime you have a backup caliber quarterback against a top 10 defense, just you're gonna win a lot of money just fading those quarterbacks. Not going to win every time, but I think they're like 30 or 35% against the spread. What are your thoughts on this game?
I also like Baltimore. I have it as a playable opinion at what's the line we're showing up there? -8 or 8.5.
Seven,
I had it down at
7.5.
-8. Oh, 7.5. Okay, I'm looking.
Yeah.
I'm looking at. Okay, I see. I'm looking at the open, but yeah, 7.5. Yeah, no, at 7.5, and certainly at 7, I do like Baltimore.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, we definitely agree on this one. All right. The Chiefs at Broncos.
And by the way, they're starting to show that running game again. They're up to 5th in the league, 137 rushing yards per game. Cleveland is great, but not outstanding. 98 yards allowed. That's number 10.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But Cleveland has no running game. 97 yards per game. That's 18th. And Baltimore is actually ranked better against the run than they are against the pass.
Yeah.
And as you said, we don't have much to worry about Cleveland's passing game.
Yeah. I like Cleveland's running back, Quinshon Judkins, but
Yes.
he just doesn't have any opportunities here because teams don't have to. Teams could just stack the box against him. There's no reason not to. So until they try Shador Sanders, maybe Sanders can be better than Gabriel. I think by default he probably will be.
You would think that they would. What's Cleveland's record right now?
2-8.
2-8. So they're realistically out of playoff contention.
Sorry,
why not give the kid a chance?
Yeah,
why not give the kid a chance?
Well, it's actually the owners.
Remember, he was thought to be a much higher draft choice.
Yeah,
but nobody wanted to pick him because of maybe not because of his overall talent, but maybe other issues unrelated to football.
The owners want, from what I read, the owners want Shador to start. But
sorry, who wants him to start?
The owner, the Browns owners.
Yeah,
they want Sanders to start, but Kevin.
Sell tickets.
Yeah, right. Kevin Stefanski does not want Shador to start. Stefanski did not want that pick to happen. That was an ownership pick. So they're in an impasse right now.
It did happen, and you're wasting a roster spot if you don't try to find out how good or bad he is in a season that you're not going to make the playoffs. That's stubborn.
I mean, they have to. I mean, the draft is coming up in 5.5 months. Like you have to figure out what you have in him. What if he's really good? Like,
and who knows? Maybe they can have him play a different position. He's a good athlete.
Yeah. I mean, why not try it? I don't.
Colorado teammate showed that it can work.
Yeah.
Until of course he's now out for the season.
Yeah,
but
I mean, you got hurt playing defense in practice. Like it's you kind of have to wonder, if they just stuck with offense at least his rookie year, and then.
What did he say? I think he said he had almost twice as many snaps on offense as he did on defense, 3-something to just like 160 or something.
Yeah, it seemed like a waste to play him defense in his rookie year. I thought start him rookie year just go offense, and then second year you can adjust and go defense. I thought that was a mistake. Liam Cohen, I think, really screwed that one up.
How can you be good at two positions if you're spending only half as much time at either of them? In practice and game planning and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I like if you're in a pickle, you have cornerbacks injured, you could step in, play. That's the extent of what I would do with him. He just seems more gifted at an offense than defense at this point. Now maybe that changes in a few years, but right now he wasn't that good of a corner. But yeah, he saw that potential against the Rams in the London game where he went nuts in the second half. So yeah, it's a shame. And I drafted Hunter a lot in my best ball, so I'm very upset about that. Anyway, of course that means a lot. The Chiefs are 3.5 or 4 against the Broncos. You get your pick depending on where you look. So the Chiefs coming off a bye, which is Andy Reid's specialty here. Andy Reid, of course, excellent.
What was the advanced line on this one?
The advanced line was. It was Chiefs -2.5, which was staggering to me.
And now I want to see, what do you think? It's too low or too high?
I think it's still too low. I made this line
Chiefs minus. Go ahead.
I made this line Chiefs -6.5. Wow. I don't like Denver at all. I know that there are power rankings out there.
Yeah, 2.5 was the line at the Westgate back over the summer.
Okay, makes sense. What would you make this line?
Pick them.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you think these teams are even? I have them very far apart in my rankings. I have Chiefs at a Group A, I have Denver Group C.
Let's see the numbers. I have Kansas City 5, Denver 8.
Okay, yeah. I have them a lot further apart
Yeah.
than that. I have Kansas City number 1, and I have Denver number 14. So that would explain the disparity in the rankings, or the calculated spread we
Yeah.
have. So anyway, we have Andy Reid coming off a bye. He's 19-12 against the spread off a bye in his coaching career, and that includes inflated lines that we've seen over the years. And this one does not seem inflated.
That would almost suggest that this line is inflated because that stat is so well known.
Yeah, right. You would think so, but to me, I would make this line Chiefs by 6.5. So to me, it's not inflated. Yeah. But you're right. Like if you think this,
well,
that's
inflated. Because Denver is your AFC version of Seattle.
Yeah, but they've never proven anything yet. Like I guess maybe their best
playoff team last year.
Yeah,
still have a great defense.
Yeah, but their offense?
But nothing.
Their offense is garbage.
The offense is good enough to score enough to win. Yeah, 13-11, and then 33-32 in back-to-back weeks.
13-11 against the Jets. It's like,
yeah.
I don't know. They've had so many 10-7 against the Raiders. Like they've if it's just like once they did this once in a while, fine. But they've had so many games like this, and those 33 against the Giants, like they were not.
And Kansas City goes up to Buffalo and loses again.
Yeah, they always do that in the regular season.
Well, that has to count for something.
I guess.
They lose to them in the regular season. They beat them every playoff time.
Yeah, I mean that's what
They're both allowing almost an identical number of points per game. 17.3 for Denver, 17.7 for Kansas City. Okay. Offensively, there's about a 2.5 point difference. Kansas City scoring about 2.5 points more. Kansas City is gaining 35 yards per game more. Denver's allowing 21 yards per game less. Mm-hmm. Kansas City is better at protecting the football, which I find important. As far as creating turnovers, they're about the same. Running game, they average a difference of 8 yards per game rushing. Defensively, 14 yards per game difference in favor of Denver allowed. Passing, significant edge for Kansas City, about 43 yards per game, and only about an 8-yard edge defensively for Denver. But let me take a look at the numbers that I like to use. Yards per play. Half yard edge for Kansas City. They average 5.8 yards per play. Denver 5.3, which might surprise someone who doesn't think of offense. Defensively, huge difference. Kansas City allows 5.4, Denver 4.3. That's huge, over a 1 yard difference. And the yards per play differential, 0.4 for Kansas City, 1.0 for Denver. When I look at yards per rush, once again, the edge to Denver. Offense 4.8 to 4.5. Defense 3.6 to 4.3. Yards per pass completion, 1.5 yard edge for Kansas City, which is a decent amount. And also, and this may be a little bit of a surprise to me, Kansas City actually allows, about 1.3 yards less per pass completion, which is interesting. And it's the average, again, is 10.9. So Denver slightly below average. And part of it may be teams playing from behind, but that's still not a good explanation. Kansas City, on the other hand, 9.9. That's a full yard better. So Kansas City's pass defense versus Denver's pass defense when it comes to successful completed passes, Kansas City does have a nice little edge there. Turnovers, Kansas City +4, Denver -4. So, when I take a look at all this, without knowing the name of these teams, I would say these teams are evenly matched. Experience and the bye edge does certainly favor Kansas City, but Sean Payton's not slouch as a coach. And Kansas City is an older team affected by all those playoff appearances and games they've played over the last. I think they played over the last 6-7 years the equivalent of an extra season and a half.
Yeah, I would look at it this way with those stats. Kansas City at the beginning of the year, their offense was dreadful just because they had no receiver play. Like Worthy was out, Rice was out, and then they've been a lot better since both have returned. And then I think Denver's trending downward defensively because Patrick Surtain's out, and they haven't really been tested without Patrick Surtain yet. And I think in this game it could be a lot different here. If Surtain's out against and looks that way. When Surtain's going to be out against Kansas City, you think Kansas City should be able to take advantage of that, just knowing how well Reed and Mahomes game plan, especially with a week off. I just think that's a big edge for Kansas City, just being able to exploit the weaknesses.
That's why they're favored by 4. That's why they're favored by 4 as opposed to 2.5.
Sure. Although I think it should be higher, but yeah, I like Kansas City in this game.
Yeah.
I'm not, I can see Denver sort of keeping it close, but I would side with Kansas City. And I am again. It's going to be not a big play. It's kind of a small play here. I wanted to throw this at you because we talk about coaching trends all the time. This one I find fascinating. So when Sean Payton has coached a winning team, he is 10-3.
I'm sorry. What now?
When Sean Payton
you broke
has
up a little bit on me.
When Sean Payton has coached a winning team, he is 10-3 straight up against Andy Reid. You find that interesting, or what are you reading to that? Right? Nothing, or?
Well, define winning team. You mean at the time that they met?
When if Sean Payton at the time when they meet is coaching a team that's above 500.
So that could be week 2 of the season when they're 1-0, although they're not often 1-0 under Sean Payton. No, I'm saying that, but no. See, that's the thing, and I know that there are a lot of people who say, well, if you're facing a team that's over that has a winning percentage greater than 750 or such and such, well, that's great. 3-1 is 750, but that's 4 games. 12-4 is 750. That's a little bit of a larger sample. So, and again, people take these numbers without really questioning the context. And the context is, where do you define a winning record? Maybe halfway into the season when you've played 8 or 9 games, that might mean something. But when you're 2-1 or 3-2, I don't know how significant that is.
Well, I mean, either way, he's 10-3 against Andy Reid in these situations. Like that.
Well, that is good. Obviously, he's got a good team, and you'd have to assume that Andy Reid does because he doesn't have very many bad teams either in Philadelphia or in Kansas City. So, how do you explain it? Probably the same way you explain his 0-2 every season against the spread. The exact opposite of what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah.
Something, is it a fluke? No, it has to do with preparation. Maybe Sean Payton, game plans differently when he has a team that he thinks can be a contender, which would be a winning team.
Yeah. Chris is pointing out here, Denver has also played games against the offensively challenged Titans, Jets, and Texans. Chiefs have played against Detroit and Buffalo, also Baltimore. The Chiefs have had the much tougher schedule between these two teams.
Denver's played at Indianapolis, at the Chargers, at Philadelphia.
The Chiefs played the Chargers too, and Philadelphia as well. The Chiefs have gone against the Eagles, Lions, Bills, Chargers, and Ravens. Whereas the Denver's 2 tough games,
and they lost to the Chargers.
Yeah, that was again. That was early in there when they didn't have,
week 1.
They didn't have their receivers. And week 2 against the Eagles, they didn't have their.
They got to replace them. And they have a whole week to practice without him. I mean, we can make. I don't like using the word excuses as opposed I like for explanations, but it sounds like we're hearing a lot of excuses to justify why a team does or doesn't do well. Every team has injuries. Now they're at different positions, different lengths of times, but that's where coaching comes in. Some coaches are better adjust for play. Look again. I'll go with San Francisco this year. They've had Shanahan. I haven't always been the greatest Shanahan fan, but I've become more impressed with him as he's dealt with more challenges that most coaches would have difficulty overcoming.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say that if they're not just 6-4 right now, wouldn't you say that if they had Nick Bosa and Fred Warner healthy and Ricky Pearsall and all those guys and George Kittle for the whole year, wouldn't you say that they'd be better than 6-4 right now? Like they'd be maybe 82?
Yeah, it depends upon the teams they played and if they had. That they faced or injured.
Yeah, I would think they'd have a much better record, or at least a couple wins more with all those guys out.
Well, again, no, but it depends if the team that they were facing also had their injured players that they didn't have when they faced San Francisco.
I don't think I think the Niners have been more injured than most teams they played against.
Yeah, but I know that some of the teams that they played against were missing, key players.
Like I'm thinking like against Houston.
Can't recall specifically because I don't pay that close of a detail.
I'm thinking like against Houston, for example. Like Houston doesn't really in that game they really have any injuries. So
Yeah.
So like if the Niners had Bosa and Warner and Pearsall and et cetera, like
See, I can't play the if game, because if is all hypothetical and we don't know. We can say it's reasonable to believe that could have happened, but if you could do an if for every team in the league, and you'd have the Jets winning the Super Bowl. Well, okay, that's a bit extreme.
Right.
You'd have the Jets winning 4 games instead of 2. Okay.
Sure.
But no,
Yeah.
the thing is that you have to go with the body of work as it is. And we always say, and how many times have all of us, and we all say this in analyzing a game, if this team is able to do that, if this guy isn't injured, if this guy, it's handicapping is all a bunch of ifs.
Yeah.
And we have to say, is this team going to play a typical game, a better than average game based upon the opponent, a worse than average game based on the opponent? But that's still if we're deciding on. But, but it's all we basically have, because we don't know what's going to happen until the game unfolds. And look, a muffed opening kickoff can change the whole dynamic of a game. But and that's where the challenge is. So we have to take, because in every game, virtually every game, not every game. I mean, you didn't have it with Seattle last week against Arizona. Teams are going to face adversity of one kind of another to a certain degree or another. Some are better at handling it. Some are not as good at handling it. We don't know when it's going to occur. We don't know the nature of the adversity. But it's going to be, and we don't know how many plays. Maybe there are 5 plays in the game that could change the outcome. We don't know what they're going to be or when they're going to occur. So basically, we are dealing with, based upon what we have seen and what the team's tendencies have been, what their character has been, what kind of coaching they have. This is what we think is, I won't say most likely to occur in a game, more likely to occur than not occur. Maybe 53-47, not 60-40.
Right.
So,
I mean, like you said, it's handicapping is a bunch of this, and it's very difficult to do, and you kind of have to.
But we have to do it.
Right.
That's
exactly.
The thing. We have to.
Yeah. It's almost like you're writing a bear report on a stock or something. You're saying like you're having all these factors, but there could be factors on the other side too. So it's quite the challenge, and that's why I love it. It's like a puzzle, and it's the best. I
mean, it's like Kansas City is 5-4, Denver is 8-2. Okay, so you can explain why Denver's 5-4, and you can explain why they're 8-2. But those are the teams we're dealing with. Denver found a way to win enough games, regardless against who it was against, to win 8 of them. Kansas City found a way not to win the 4 games they lost. Any number of explanations there. Now, I'm not saying Denver's a better team than Kansas City. Kansas City is the better team. They're more experienced, but I can't discount what Denver has accomplished, especially because in last year, with a rookie quarterback and a second-year head coach, they made the playoffs. And basically, they were playing playoff games throughout the month of December.
Yeah, but when they got to the playoffs, they got destroyed by a Group A team, and now they're playing.
Well, that's also lack of experience and not as good a roster. They made more of their roster than many teams did last year.
Yeah, they are.
And with a rookie quarterback,
they are missing Surtain though. They're their best defensive player. Yeah. So they, or unless you want to count Benito, but yeah, they that's quite the loss that they have in this game. So I mean that's part of why I like Kansas City. Plus, I think Kansas City off a bye, off a loss too. Talk about elite quarterbacks coming off a loss. I think Kansas City takes this game. I think they win by about a touchdown. I take it you're on Denver here.
I've got Denver money line here, 20-17.
Okay, interesting. They win that. That's gonna be the first time they beat a Group A team. And
it won't be the last.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, could Kansas City win this game 34-10? Sure.
Yeah.
Could Denver win this game 34-10? Probably not.
No, I don't think so.
But can Denver keep this to be a one-score game decided late? Yeah, their defense is good enough even without Surtain.
No, yeah, I agree. Their defense is really good. So they could do it. And plus, for some reason, Sean Payton has beaten Andy Reid all these times. I don't know if there's something to that. That's why I wanted to ask your opinion on it. But yeah.
Well, the other thing is, Kansas City's got a nice offense. And again, both of these teams are very well balanced. I mean, here are the rankings in those 12 categories across the board. Mm-hmm. Okay. Kansas City 7, 6, 9, 4, 2, 20, 12, 12, 5, 7. Here's Denver's 13, 3, 17, 3, 17, 26, 9, 4, 18, 6. Kansas City has better rankings, and there's no denying that, but that's part of the reason why they're favored on the road. I mean, you're basically saying if they're favored by 5 on the road, let's use a 2-point advantage. Denver probably has a greater home field advantage. Let me see what I have Denver at. I actually have Denver at a 4-point home field advantage relative to the league. Okay. Well, and a lot of my and I base that on the numbers, and a lot of it has to do with how you do against teams you face twice a year, your performance at home against those teams in a given season, and your performance on the road. Okay, because those are, I mean, obviously there are injuries, but Kansas City in week 2 largely is going to be Kansas City in week 17 when these teams meet twice a year. And certainly when you do against 3 division rivals, and I do it over a 6-year period, I do give more weight to the recent years than I do to the earlier years because the rosters have changed more over 6 years ago to last year, for example, when you do it. But so if you use a 2-point home field advantage, which is less than what I give Kansas City, you're saying that Denver rather. You're saying that Kansas City would be about an 8-point favorite over Denver at home. Well, I guess you would because you have a favorite 6.5, so you'd probably have them favored by more than that.
Yeah, I'd have them favored by about 9.5. Yeah, 9 or 9.5. Yeah.
And the reason why I find that's too high is you're talking about a good defensive team. Good defensive teams have ways of keeping games close. If they have even an average offense, they can do that. If you have Cleveland's offense, you're not going to do it. If you have Denver's offense, you probably can't do enough. Now, both teams are average at running the football. Denver's somewhat better at defending the run, but if you're able to run the football, and again, the league average in yards per game is 116. But I mentioned the yards per rush. The league average yards per rush is 4.4. Denver's at 4.8, and Kansas City's 4.5. But defensively, 4.4. Denver's allowing 3.6. Kansas City 4.3. So Denver, I think, has enough on both sides of the ball to at least contain the running game. And if indeed they're successful at that, they'll be able to at least concentrate a little bit more on limiting the passing game if they can apply pressure. And let's see, what are the numbers on Denver as far as pressure goes?
They're number 1. They're the most pressures in the NFL.
Yeah, they average defensively 4.6 sacks per game for an average loss of 5.9 yards per sack, or 27 yards per game lost in sack yardage. Kansas City, they average about half of that, 2.2 sacks per game, average of only 3.9 yards lost. That's 2 yards less per sack, and only 8.7 yards lost to sacks during a game. So to me, that is a significant reason why we could see Denver stay in this game because of the pressure that they might be able to put. You're talking about Mahomes, but even so, he's still, what do these numbers say? Well, he's been sacked a little bit more than Nick's, 1.9 per game versus 1.1 for Bo Nix. Bo Nix has lost. They've lost about the same yardage and same yardage per game. Well, a little bit more because Kansas City's been sacked a little bit more.
Yeah, I wanted to note that my spreads, calculated spreads, I gave the Chiefs an extra point for being off the bye.
Off the bye, okay.
Andy Reid's been really good in that regard. I usually give half a point off a bye, but Andy Reid's so good. It's either one.
I could almost give, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but I always try to equate things as far as how much something like that worth. It's worth an extra possession, which could be worth an extra field goal.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
3 points.
Sure. Yep.
Someone with the record that Andy Reid has off the bye, I would almost say that's worth 3 points.
Yeah, I think that could be right. Yeah.
But then again, that relates more to the ability to win the game, not necessarily cover the spread. Although you would think that the extra point would apply to the spread as well.
Yeah. Right. Okay, we can move on to the next game, which is the Sunday night game, Lions at the Eagles.
You're with Kansas City. You're with Kansas City, and I'm with Denver on that one, right?
Yeah, but I'm not. It sounds like you like Denver more than I like Kansas City. How much do you like Denver?
Yeah,
Just
I
what
mean,
level was it?
I like Denver quite a bit. That was my top
Okay.
play that I wrote up.
Okay, yeah, I'm not.
I just think I mean, again, Kansas City good, but Denver has proven over the last year and a half that they are a legitimate defensive team.
Yeah, that is true. I just worry every time they played a top team, they've lost so far. But yeah, and look, maybe they come through this time. I don't know, especially given how well Sean Payton has done against Andy Reid. Even last year, I mean, they didn't. Sean Payton didn't beat Andy Reid in that one game, but they should have because the blocked field goal, or at least they could have. At least you say they.
And the game at the end of the year didn't mean anything.
Yeah, I didn't count that one.
Yeah.
Just because not a real team. So, all right, Lions at the Eagles. Eagles are -2.5 here.
What'd you call them? Legals?
I didn't say legals.
It sounded like you said the legals.
The Legal Eagles. That's a YouTube channel. That actually a pretty good YouTube channel. Where I don't know if you ever seen that YouTube channel. It's pretty good. Where he actually breaks down movies and TV shows that are in court. He's a real lawyer, and he goes like, it's like he's like, this is how legit like their courtroom scenes are. He points out the mistakes and stuff like that. Like I mean, like my cousin Vinny, he rated like an A+ because they were so good and like so accurate in how it would be in court. Whereas like other shows like Liar Liar, he gave like an F or something because it goes so bad.
It's kind of like what I did back when I went with my sister when I was visiting her and my brother-in-law back in New York about probably 10, 12 years ago. It was longer than that actually now. And went to see The Producers. I don't know if you're familiar with that show, which began as a Broadway play, turned into a movie, and then turned back into a Broadway play. Anyway, it's scenes about World War II. It was like Springtime for Hitler was the song for that game. It was a parody and all that. In any event, showing a scene in the play, and only I would pick up something like this. They show a scene like in a general's room or something, one of the U.S. generals during the play or whatever. Mm-hmm. They show a U.S. flag. And I noticed it's not a very good replication because the flag had 50 stars on it. There were only 48 states at the time.
Oh, right. That's funny. That's funny.
So that's kind of thing, pointing out things that are not true factually from like in legal scenes. Like you never see that happen, or that's not in the right position or something. So
yeah, I once saw a thing where someone was like, this is a something from World War I, and it said like from the 30s. It was like from World War I from the 30s, but that they didn't call it World War I because there's no World War II yet. It was called the Great War or something. So like I think
the Great War,
right. So that was obviously counterfeit. So that's So it's funny like that. So anyway. We have the Lions against the Legal Eagles.
Oh, they didn't have it back then, but it's probably AI that did it.
Yeah,
artificial. Well, I'll tell you, the more I use AI, the more I am scared of it. I had a couple of things today where I was talking about. In fact, it was with Jordan Love's quarterback rating that I alluded to earlier, 103.
Okay.
And I was talking about Jordan Love. I asked Google to do something about Jordan Love, and they keep coming up with the wrong. Oh no, it was Alabama. Last year they lost to Oklahoma, 24-3.
Okay.
So I did my research. I said, "Okay, Google, when was?" It's probably maybe doing it now. It's listening now to me, so it'll do it. Maybe when was the last time prior to their 24-3 loss in 2024? When was the most recent time before that Alabama scored less than double digits in a game?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what they're going to say here.
The most recent time Alabama scored less than double digits prior to the 24-3 loss in 2024 was on November 18th, 2000, when they lost 9-0 to Auburn.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. I heard
okay.
it, yeah.
Okay, Google. I happen to know that it was more recently than that. I believe it was sometime around 2012 that Alabama scored single digits in a game.
You are correct. Prior to the 24-3 loss
no, I'm not.
in 2024, the most recent time Alabama scored less than double digits was on November 18th, 2000, when they lost to Auburn 9-0. While Alabama did score 0 points in the first half of a game against Auburn in 2021, their final score for that game was 24 points, a 24-22 win. It is extremely rare for Alabama to score less than 10 points in a full game since 2000.
Gee, I remember a game where Alabama, I think it was 2016 or so, I think against LSU, where they scored only 6 or 9 points in the game. Is that okay, Google? Do you remember a game where they scored less than 10 points? I believe 2016 or thereabouts against LSU. They scored only 9 points in the game.
You might be thinking of the 2016 game against LSU, but Alabama won that game 10-0. The most recent time Alabama scored less than double digits in a full game before 2024 was the 9-0 loss to Auburn in 2000.
Didn't they score less than 10 points in a game against South Carolina sometime in the early to mid 2000s, around 2004 or so? I'm sorry. Okay, Google. Didn't Alabama score less than 10 points in a game against South Carolina in the early to mid 2000s?
Yes, Alabama scored only 3 points in a loss to South Carolina on October 2nd, 2004. Final score was 20-3. This was the last time Alabama scored less than double digits prior to the 2024 game.
Okay, Google. I thought you said it was against Auburn in the year 2000.
That's correct. My initial answer was the 9-0 loss to Auburn on November 18th, 2000.
You get the point.
Right.
I mean, and then they apologize. But no, but that's the danger in using artificial intelligence. And I went on with a little bit more with that before, and they talk about, well, we look for people like you to report these things. And I said, this information is widely available. Why do you need a user to report it to you? You should be able to find that information. That's the problem. And I asked it, well, would you rely on artificial intelligence if you were arguing a legal case or considering a medical procedure? Well, they get it right on the 5th time. That's good. Tell it to the first 4 patients.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, I digress. I'm done digressing.
That is unbelievable. I don't get how, like, it's readily, like you said, you could get that information via search. Like, I don't understand. Anyway.
I did it on my computer.
Yeah.
Because my question was, Alabama's playing Oklahoma. That was an embarrassing loss last year, 24-3. I said, I can't imagine, especially with Nick Saban there for 15, 16 years, whatever it was, that they scored less than 10 points frequently. And I went back, and the first answer they gave was that Auburn game in 2000. And I went back and I went sequentially because I had it up on my screen. I had the game against South Carolina. There was another one against LSU and another team in there. I think they had scored 4 or 5 times less than 10 points since the year 2000.
Yeah.
So that's the danger.
Yeah, Chris says, well, he says the danger is when the machine learning stops making these mistakes. Currently, it's in its infancy when these movies about what happens when the AI becomes self-aware.
Hope I'm not alive when that occurs.
Well,
maybe I won't be alive because it occurs.
Right. That was I don't know if you ever seen Battlestar Galactica, but that was it's basically that. Which is did you ever see that?
What was it? What was the one with Hal? Was that a Court Guard or 2001 Space Odyssey?
I'm not sure, but
I think it was 2001 Space Odyssey.
Yeah. Did you ever see Battlestar Galactica?
Long time ago. I don't remember much about it.
Okay, it's basically the AI / robots take over and kill humanity. So, it's AI is not really intelligence, it's just a large language model. Once we get into the artificial general intelligence, that's different. It's I mean, still in infancy. I agree. Although I will
call it
say
automated. I call it automated idiocy.
It is. I'll say this: it's great at coding. It saves me so much time. Like when I need, for my recaps, like I put out. If I did this manually, I'd have to change the team for the image, the team for the score, the game number for the image, for the box score. This would take me about 20-25 minutes. I just asked ChatGPT. I'm like, hey, I need this. It gives me the 30 seconds. It gives me the code.
Yeah. Well, I do the same thing with for example, let's say I'm using a spreadsheet program and I want to know how to do a certain operation because I use it very infrequently, but I need to have it right now. I'll ask the AI, the Google or whatever, how in the Microsoft Excel do you do this operation? It comes back instantly with the answer.
Right.
It saves me a lot of time with the old days when you had to go look it up in a book.
Yeah, it's a good assistant. I just feel like you can't depend on it for knowledge, but
Have you tried doing any football predictions by querying AI?
Yes, I have. Yeah. It's funny.
How accurate have they been?
Well, so it's hit or miss.
Or
So
let me ask you, how reasonable have the predictions been relative to what like a proper spread should be or something like that?
So it's funny you asked that because Tom and I did that. We did it live in the summer. We asked, hey, what are the best plays for week 1? And it gave Browns plus the points against the Bengals, and it listed like for the reasons like why, and it's like we talked about it before the show, and it listed every single reason we talked about. We're like, oh my god, like that we don't have to even do the show anymore. We could just ask ChatGPT.
Maybe he was listening all along.
Maybe right. But the problem is like sometimes it really screws up. Like I'll say I'll like, what are the best college basketball picks for today, and it'll say Team A over Team B, and then I'll go to the sports book, and their Team A and Team B are not playing against each other, and I'm like Auburn's not playing against Arkansas Pine Bluff today, and they'll say, "Oh, sorry, my mistake."
Yeah, there you go.
Right. It's so unreliable, but it feels like sometimes it does make good points, like again in that Bengals Browns game, but other times you just can't rely on it. So, you can't.
But the thing is, if I had gone with that first answer, let's say I didn't have the information, I said in my write-up about Alabama, Oklahoma, Alabama hasn't scored less than 10 points since 2000. And people would go out there reading and say, wait a minute, I remember, and these people may have been, Alabama fans or anti-Alabama, say, oh, I remember this game from 2016, or I remember. So we can't just trust AI without verifying it, because even if they're right 70% of the time, that's still 30% of the time that they're wrong.
Yeah, no, it's wrong a lot. It really is. I told
and you want to be when you're publishing something or speaking or giving information out. And I don't always get it 100% right, but you want to be as close to 100% as possible.
Yeah, I mean, if
something like artificial intelligence should bring you closer.
Yeah, if you're wrong on the common facts, then how can you be trusted?
Who knows what else you're wrong on?
Right. That's what we learned in journalism class. I remember when I wrote for the Central Daily Times a long time ago. I woke up in the middle of the night. I'm like, oh my God, I think I did this wrong. I think I got a fact wrong, or something about like Tennessee's head coach. I'm like, oh my God, I think I gave the wrong name. I like sprinted to my computer and just like, please, like, let me get this right. And I actually did get it right. But that's something that used to happen to me a lot when I worked for newspapers. Now, I mean, not so much because it's so easy to change on the website, but when you publish it in print, you can't change it, So that was way different back then. But
one thing I do, and I see it on online articles all the time, the articles have poor grammar because they're not checking grammar; they're checking spelling. And if a word is spelled correctly but in an incorrect context, it doesn't read right, but they don't catch that.
Yeah. Right. I feel like people are very poor at grammar. Stuff like who and whom, or farther.
And this has nothing to do with our thoughts on Detroit, Philadelphia.
Well, it's the legal Eagles here.
That's right. That's what we've got. Okay.
Exactly. So anyway, as far as this game's concerned, I was a couple things here. I was looking at the weather. Again, I don't know why I'm looking at the weather, but Jared Goff is not good in the rain, and it might be rainy in Philly. It looks like it's like 33% chance rain. So again, I don't really know what that means. So you have to look at it on like Friday or Saturday to get a better idea. Also, Jared Goff is another one of those quarterbacks who really struggles when there's pressure. Jared Goff, I believe his completion percentage drops by like 30% or something. I'm going to pull it up right now, but he's it's a huge disparity. So yeah, when he's pressured versus when he's pressured versus not pressured, he drops 32% in completion and 1.9 in YPA.
How does Jalen Hurts do in that same situation?
A lot better. Jalen Hurts' completion percentage only drops 17% rather than 30%. His YPA drops only a little bit. So he, Hurts is much better in that regard. I think
the reason I bring that up is looking at the sack numbers. Detroit generates more sacks defensively than does Philadelphia, and Philadelphia has been susceptible to being sacked more often than Detroit is.
Yeah, if you look at the pressures here, Eagles have 192 and the Lions have 184, so they're pretty close.
About the same.
And I think the Eagles are going to get a boost here with Jalen Phillips, who and also Nolan Smith coming back from injury, and also Brandon Graham, who is coming up from retirement. So there's more reasons to be bullish about this Eagles defense going forward. I think I would take the Eagles here, but the only worry I have is, it's a short week. But given that we talked about earlier how the good teams tend to do better on a short week than the bad teams, I'm confident the Eagles can rebound here and off a short week, not off a loss, but off a short week and beat the Lions. I think they probably win this game by 3. So I would take the Eagles. It's not like a big play or anything. What do you think about this game?
Let me see what I have here, because I wrote this one up. I like Detroit in this game. I just think they're the better football team. Let me see. This was expected to be last season's NFC title game, but Detroit had a bunch of injuries that resulted in the one-sided loss to Washington, which they avenged last week. Philly has won ugly this season with all but one of their 7 wins by 7 points or less. That's an average of 4.8 per game. Their other win was over the Giants in their revenge game that preceded their bye week. At 7-2, they are tied with Seattle for the number 1 NFC seed, but just a game ahead of 6-3 Detroit. Unlike Philly, the Lions' wins have come easier. 6 of the 7 have been between 13 and 31 points of their wins, average of 17.5, and the 7th was their 8-point win over Baltimore. Their 2 losses have also been by double digits, by 14 at Green Bay and 13 at Kansas City. Both teams have excelled at avoiding turnovers, as each, and this is impressive, each has been minus turnovers in just 1 game each this year. Oh, wow. In their 8 or 9 games the 9 games I guess they both played. Detroit, with 2 quality running backs, has been better at both running the football and in stopping the run. Detroit has been better in the passing game, especially on offense. Lions are one of only 5 teams to rank in the top 10 in both total offense and total defense. Given their history over the past few seasons, either team is capable of winning this game. Including this season and playoff games, Detroit is 35-12 straight up since the start of 2023. And Philly, since 2022 started, is 52-16 straight up. And then I go on to also indicate with Detroit, so I want to put it on an even footing. Detroit was 9-8 in 2022 after going 3-13-1 in 2021, which was Campbell's first season. So with more ways to win, I prefer Detroit. I got a 27-23.
Okay. I'm not like big on this game. So how big of a play is this for you?
This is one of the write-ups this week, which means it's one of my favorite plays. Okay,
so like the last game, we disagree, but you like it better than I do. So,
you have many good reasons for liking Philly. I go with the fact that either team can win this game, and I'm getting points. It was almost like the Green Bay Philly game Monday night, where I felt either team could win the game. They're both playoff teams. They have strengths and weaknesses, injuries, etc. Would I have said that Carolina could beat Green Bay? Not likely. It happens. But it's almost like my Denver-Kansas City game. I think, especially being played in Denver, either team can win this game, and I'm getting 4 points or 4.5 points.
Right. Yeah.
Where it may be.
That makes sense.
Because you have a lot of valid reasons, because you often preface a lot of your comments or surround them with the comment of this team should win because of, and that's right. But that doesn't mean they will win. It just means they should win if games are played according to form. And I always use the example in handicapping and betting. How many times do you win a bet or lose a bet, but not because of the result you would win or lose?
It's
just like how do you win games? What's it? Once a game.
Right.
Well, I think they're going to win this game because they go with the number 1 passing offense going up against the number 27 passing defense, and they are winning the game because they ran for 250 yards.
Right.
Yeah, I
Weird
mean,
stuff like that happens all the time.
it happens, but that doesn't mean the logic and the reasoning wasn't sound. It was, but again, I'm using the word that I talked about earlier. If they do what
Right.
they have shown, if they do what is typical of them, if they are successful in taking advantage of what appear to be matchups, advantages as measured by statistics or as measured by everyone wants to call it the eye test. Okay, if they're able to do that. Okay, but it doesn't always. It does not always work that way, and you have to factor that into the handicapping. That's why I've always maintained that good handicappers and bettors will win more games, will lose more games they should win than win games they should lose. Because you handicap the game appropriately, but the game doesn't go according to the handicap for any number of, any other reasons that would not have made sense if you said before the game, this is why they're going to win.
Yeah.
This team, passes for 300 yards a game and runs for 50. This team's going to win because they do this. But if they do the opposite and they run for 275 and pass for 190, well, you won the game, but you were wrong on the handicap. I'd still rather get paid, but I'd rather be on the right side of the factors that determine wins and losses, because I do a lot of that. I do a lot of stuff looking for, what have been, and the statistics bear it all out. The reasons for the statistics being why they are may be quality of opposition, injuries, etc. But the statistics are what actually happened, and that's what I have to go by, without being as little hypothetical as possible.
Yeah.
Because if you're hypothetical, then you're saying if this.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. What do you think about this? The Eagles line was -1.5, and at one point during the week, now it's closer to 3, despite about 80% of the tickets coming in on Detroit. Do you put any thought into that?
Well, that would think what it could be is, we're early in the week, fake line moves, big money, betting the Eagles up, only to come back and take +3 with the Lions.
Yeah, could be fancy movement. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
We don't know yet. Yeah, we'll see.
Well, the limits are not as large now as they will be Saturday and Sunday.
Right.
Now let's go back to the over the summer line. Oh, that's right. We still have that one game, the great Monday night game to go over.
Yes.
Eagles were 3.5 over Detroit back at the Westgate over the summer.
Yeah, I mean, I could see why there will be a change here. So, anyway, Chris asking, Walt, I remember when Jalen Hurts was drafted, you and Kenny thought it was the worst pick ever. I assume you've changed your mind. Can I be like AI? Be like, that was a mistake. It was, no. I mean, look, it was. The Eagles did something terrible then, like obviously.
No. The AI answer would be, you are correct. Walter first mentioned it on August 2nd, 2022. However, on August 19th, or on September 3rd, whatever it was, that he had said that Jalen Hurts would be a better player than I said 2 weeks ago or something like that. That's how AI would answer it.
Right. No. Like honestly, here, like the Eagles did something terrible here. Like they did. And what we got wrong was the what they did terrible. Now, this pick didn't make any sense because they had just a month ago or 2 months ago re-signed Carson Wentz to a massive deal, and then they spent a second-round pick on a quarterback. So it didn't make any sense. It was just very illogical. However, what we learned was re-signing Wentz was the mistake and not drafting Hurts. So it's kind of like last year when the Falcons signed Kirk Cousins to a $100 million contract, and then 2 months later drafted Penix number 8 overall. Like that pick seemed terrible. But what was actually terrible was the Cousins $100 million contract. Right. Yeah. Same thing. And same thing happened this year when the Bucks re-signed Godwin. They still had Evans, and then they drafted Ibuka at number 19. That seemed terrible because, like, why would you draft Ibuka when you just paid Godwin? Well, paying Godwin was the mistake.
Well, thank God they did make the draft choice because of Godwin's inavailability.
Yes,
play on
I did bet Ibuka to win Offensive Rookie of the Year 40-1. So I'm really rooting for that one to come in. You're
certainly aided by Jackson Dart's injury.
Yeah, seriously. I was every time Dart would make a big play against the Bears, I was like, come on, stop it. And then he got concussed. I don't want to see anyone get hurt, but I was like, okay, cool. Like, he's gonna miss a game here. That's gonna give us a better chance. Okay. Anyway, let's get to this final game here. Cowboys at Raiders, like you said, a fantastic.
Oh, do we have to? Yes, we have to handicap. You don't have to watch it.
Right.
No. I'm just joking there. Yeah.
I
it
think
might be a better game than we would think.
There should be a lot of offense, right? I think this is a very difficult handicap because we don't know.
Well, that's why before when one of the viewers asked about starting quarterbacks, and I mentioned Geno Smith, you know, he might have some success against the Dallas defense.
Yeah.
I know you mentioned Quentin Williams and another addition.
Logan Wilson.
That might mitigate that a little bit, but
like Dallas right now is ranked 30th in defense. Like, maybe when Williams and Logan Wilson get them to 22nd or something. And and look, that could really change.
I have Dallas, by the way, number 20, and the Raiders 28. I have Dallas rated on overall in my power ratings. I have Dallas about a 6-point favorite.
I have Dallas. Would you say 20? I have Dallas 17 because I moved them up for the defensive additions, and I have the Raiders 27.
Okay.
See,
my numbers don't take into account the defensive additions, but will take them in sort of peripherally with improved defensive results.
Yeah.
Which would be explained, you would think, by those defensive additions.
Yeah. I mentioned before, I think handicapping this game is extremely difficult, and it's for two reasons. One is because we don't know how these defensive additions will factor in right away. But I think the bigger factor is we don't know how Dallas is going to respond from the Marshawn Nealon death. I don't know. I've seen, I mean, you've been handicapping longer than I have.
Well, they've had time to process it because it happened, early to midweek in the week of their bye.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You've been handicapping longer than I have, but I've been doing it since the late 90s, and I've seen teams respond differently.
Yeah, sometimes they get highly motivated and they give a great effort, and sometimes they maybe do a little bit too much because they're too hyped up. And other times they do Bill Belichick. They just take care of business.
Yeah, an example of this when for Washington, when Sean Taylor passed away, the Redskins, as they were known back then, they had a very spirited performance and they covered the spread. But when Corey Stringer passed away from Minnesota lost to Carolina, a bad Carolina team, 24-13.
When the Jets played, when Mangold passed away a few weeks ago, was that before the Cincinnati game?
I think it was after. Or I don't know.
I remember it happened on a Sunday morning, so I don't know if it was a Cincinnati game. Yeah, it may. Well, unless it was their bye week.
Yeah, but
I thought it was. Before the week before the bye. I'm not sure. Let me find out. I'll find out.
Yeah, I don't know how many players knew him though. I mean, when did he retire? Mangold retire?
No, but he was still very popular with the players. All the current players all knew him and everything. Let me just say.
Well, he retired in 2018, so I don't know how many of the current Jets knew him. You know,
Nick Mangold died on October 25th, which would have been the day that they beat Cincinnati, I think.
Yeah, I just how many.
I don't know how it impact, but
how many Jets were on the same team as him when he left? So I
probably not, but I think he was still a presence around the organization and all hard stars. You know, and he's one of their best players of the past decade. He died on the 25th, which is a Saturday night, I think, and that's when they went to Cincinnati and they won 39-38.
Yeah,
but I mean that's an example of at least. Now, how much of it is attributable to that? It's hard to say.
Right. So we've seen it both ways. Chris Henry with the Bengals, when he passed away, I remember the Bengals did not cover the spread. So you can have it both ways.
Did they win the game?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
I'm looking at not so much covering the spread. I'm looking at the human element of it, and just go out there. We won the game for Nick, that kind of thing.
Sure, and then you have like personal.
Or Marshawn in this case, yeah.
Yeah, like personal stuff. I remember. I mean, everyone remembers the game where Brett Favre's dad passed away, and then he
Yeah, he had one of his best career games.
right. It was he couldn't miss. He was just
Yeah.
invincible. So I just don't know. That's why it's so hard to handicap. We don't know how Dallas is going to respond to this, and I think it's a big factor. So we can only handicap what we know. And I think what we know is that the Raiders are dreadful, whereas the Cowboys at least have a little bit of promise with these new defensive players. So, and plus Dallas is coming off a bye as well. So, I mean, the Raiders have an extended rest too with the Thursday game.
Yeah.
So, I would favor Dallas here, but I'm not betting this game. What do you like here?
Let's see where I put it here. As a lean, as an opinion, I like the Raiders plus the points.
Okay,
it's a winnable. It's a given Dallas's defense. Almost any opponent is in a game against them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether the Raiders can take advantage of it, Geno Smith has been playing horribly, but he is an experienced quarterback. It'd be a lot better than if they had O'Connell, the backup, who
I think O'Connell's hurt.
Still on the roster there, but.
Kenny Pickett, I would think.
What's that?
Because O'Connell's hurt, I think it would be Pickett.
Yeah.
Instead.
Yeah. And again, I think there may be. I don't know how much motivation will go into the game for Dallas, but Dallas. Again, if the defense were actually average, I might like Dallas because they're clearly a much better offensive team than what the Raiders are. Better quarterback play. I mean, Dak is having a very good season. He's had a couple of slips up in recent weeks, but overall, he's been playing very well. Let me look at the numbers here. Dallas, the number 4 offense. Vegas, the number 30 offense. Dallas, the number 31 defense. Raiders, number 19. Dallas, you got the number 4 scoring offense and the number 31 scoring offense. You got the number 31 scoring defense in Dallas and the number 20 scoring defense in Vegas. One edge that Dallas has, and again, it's offset. The rushing game. Dallas is a much better rushing offense. Raiders are much better rushing defense. So, no significant edges. Let me see the turnovers. Dallas is -4. And the Raiders are -4. Secondary numbers that I like to use. Well, it's all look again. Yards per play. Dallas has a 1-point yard edge on offense. Raiders have a 1-point yard edge on defense. And actually, the Raiders, the average yards per play is 5.4. Raiders actually are, are better than that. They allow only 5.1. I would not have thought that the Raiders would actually be better than average as far as that goes. Rushing, Dallas a yard better on offense. Raiders a yard better on defense against the run. Both teams similar in their yards per pass completion on offense, both 10.3. The Raiders 1.7 yards better per pass completion allowed. League average is 10.9. Raiders allow 10.3. Dallas allows 12.0. That's a huge difference. But whether the Raiders can take advantage of that is suspect. So it's not going to be a play. It's a lean, even at +3. I would still prefer to take Dallas, although, and I don't know what the numbers will be, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a very partisan Dallas crowd.
I would think so. Yeah.
It's like the game against the Chargers was a home game for the Steelers.
Yeah, not that really
I
didn't.
I give the Chargers a lot of credit for winning under those conditions. You're not used to being at home. The players are not used to being booed at home during offensive drives.
Yeah, and they even mentioned that they were practicing the silent count.
The Friday's practice, I think. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, credit Harbaugh for that.
Yeah.
So okay. Yeah, we disagree on this one, but like I said,
I think it's mild opinion for both of us.
Yeah, sounds
that
way. Right, sounds that way. All right. Anything else before you head out?
No, I'm thinking chicken fingers. That's what I'm heading out for.
Nice. That
Do they have
that
Raising
sounds pretty
Cane's
good.
back east? Do they have Raising
Yes,
Cane's back east?
they do. Yeah, it's right near a Chick-fil-A
Yeah, great.
here. Yeah.
Okay.
My
Yeah,
kids
they
love
have a great package. They
my
love
kids love
Chick-fil-A?
my kids love Chick-fil-A. Yeah, they love
No.
the mac and cheese and the French fries and the chicken fingers. They go nuts for that. And kids eat free on Mondays. So we
Oh, so
we
you
go
got
there
a place
every
now on
Monday.
Mondays and Wednesdays now.
Yeah, Wednesday. Well, Wednesday only the first Wednesday
Oh,
of each
first one.
month is Red Robin.
Oh,
Whereas
Chick-fil-A is every Monday?
every Monday kids eat free with an adult meal. So you have to order an adult meal to get a free kids meal. So that's where we go.
Well,
almost
the
every
kids
Monday.
can't go alone, and you're going to be hungry.
Right. Yeah, that
So
would
there
not
you
be
go.
good. Just send them on their own. Yeah. So yeah, that's it's fun. I don't know. I love
So I'm
Chick-fil-A.
Raising Cane's. It's open till 3. It's open till 3 a.m.
Oh, is it? Okay, nice.
So we'll
Yeah.
go there for dinner.
Feels like everything's open late in Vegas. Whereas
A lot of it is. I can't believe it's 11 o'clock already, and I still haven't had dinner.
Yeah, well, we
I'm
should
gonna
let
remedy
you
that.
go. Yeah, we should let you go then. So guys, thank you for watching and commenting.
Oh, I'm
really.
still here. We can talk some more football.
Okay. I thought you were hungry and wanted to go.
I could wait. I've waited this long. I can wait. Where are we at? We're at 3 hours, which is a record.
No,
3 hours 18 minutes.
Our record's 3:45,
You and me.
I think. Yeah. Oh no, our record's
We did 45 once.
We did 3:45. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can hold out.
Well, we have. So I just want
It
to
means
thank.
it'll be that much closer to breakfast time when I get done with dinner.
That's true. Yeah, right. You'd be back-to-back meals.
Yeah.
So thank you to Kevin for the $3 super sticker and $5 super chat, and thank you to Slew for the $5.55 super chat. You guys are awesome. Really appreciate it. Like I said, this helps so much compared to the regular non.
I've rethought that question. I would probably move her up to a D- in the debate.
Oh, the Mia student.
Yeah, I would. I mean, it shows, again, not knowing the specifics of how it would have happened, it shows that if you're beating a better student in a debate that you should lose, even if your opponent is disinterested, it shows motivation.
Right.
And that's a positive.
So if Mia was an F, what would you grade Tina, which would be Tennessee in this scenario? Is Tina the chick who just never shows up to class at all, and you don't even know if she's still registered for the class? I think
could be. No,
Yeah.
shows up, but without any pencil and paper.
right. Just
Without her
shows up
homework.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That reminds me of a kid.
Or she shows up at math class when it's really she should be at English.
You're right. I actually, when I was in my high school chemistry class, there's this guy Gene who sat a row behind me, and he would come in high like every other day, and once we got a pop quiz, the teacher announced it. He's like, "Pop quiz! Oh no!" Just like said it out loud. It's like, "Oh man, this guy's baked." So actually,
and how do you do on the quiz?
You did great, because what happened was this guy Pete sat right next to me. He was a nice guy, but he was one of the main drug dealers in the school. But he was nice to me, at least. So anyway, he's like, "Psst, Walt, psst, slide your test over." I'm like, "Okay, I don't care." So I slid my test over. I thought he'd look at the answer. He just grabbed it. He grabbed my test like during the test. I was done already, but he grabbed it. And then he gave it to Gene, and like Gene was like copying, like just like copying my answers. He copied everything, and he got the same grade as I did. So,
well, see, I remember in high school we had these things in New York called Regents exams, which are like state things for merit scholars and things like that, scholarships and things. And I was always a good student, so we would do sometimes. I would signal the answers, and like we'd have a signal that says, "Okay, at the top of the hour, I'm going to go very slowly. This is an A, and the answer is A. This is B. This is C, and this is D."
That's awesome. Yeah.
And I would pass it to like the row behind me, who then would pass it to the row behind them, and it was really great.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Some of the devious things we used to do.
We used to do that in junior high school history class, American history. We used to the girl in front of me, this girl Bofa, she used to copy off her, and then my friend Jared used to copy off me, and then somebody used to copy off Jared, and then it just went off and like that. And then one time before the test,
Oh,
Jared
by the
and I-
way, the thing that made it work for us is that before the exam, and there was a teacher up front, and the
Mhm.
teacher would go out of the room, we would put a copy of Playboy magazine on his desk, so he would be distracted from seeing what's going on in front of him.
You actually did that? You put that? You did that actually?
A couple times.
That's funny. So anyway, my friend Jared and I are goofing around before a test, and my teacher is like, "Walter, sit up front." And so we're like, "Uh-oh, our whole cheating,
Your whole
thing is,
plan,
his whole thing's disrupted, and everyone did poorly." And she's like, and afterwards she's like, "I don't know what happened to you guys today." We're like, "We know."
You made Walter sit up front.
Right, yeah. So that we knew we couldn't mess around before a test. So that lesson learned, I guess. Or we could have just studied, but this junior year in high school, I don't know. It's like we're kind of over it. So anyway,
those were the days when getting detention was looked forward to because you sat detention with like a 21-year-old assistant teacher who was really good looking.
Yeah, well, my friend Josh and I, we got detention for like 2 weeks because we were selling,
T-shirts.
No, well, yeah, I wish we were. So what happened was our mutual friend worked at the principal's office, and she stole a bunch of hall passes, and we're like, okay, let's sell these. And so we started selling hall passes for like $15 or $10. I forget how much we charge, but eventually
Is it what junior high school?
No, high school, regular high school. So yeah, we would sell hall passes, and eventually they caught on to us, and we were all in detention. Which
did you have to pay back the money?
No,
they didn't know about that.
They didn't know how much.
They just knew that had stolen hall passes. They thought you might have given them away.
Right. So yeah, it was surprised that the girl got in trouble because she was like straight A's honor student. I don't know. I guess she was just fed up with something, but she just was I don't know. She just wanted to make money or whatever. And then the other time I got in trouble and I had to do detention was we had to do, it was a health class, and we had to do an assignment, and it's just an essay. And so I wrote up the essay. My friend Kenny, not the Kenny who comes to the show, but another Kenny from that class. He was like, "Hey, Walt, can I see your paper?" I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "Do you mind if I copy this?" I'm like, "Dude, well, change some stuff around at least." He's like, "Yeah, I know. I'm still gonna do that. I'm gonna do that." And then
sure he is.
Right. And 2 weeks
Verbatim.
later, 2 weeks later, I get called down to the health class, and there are 10. I'm not joking. There are 10 copies of my essay, and she was like, "Which one's yours?" I'm like, "Oh my god, like you serious?" So the Kenny gave my essay out to other people too. So
yeah,
10 duplicates.
Probably sold them for $10 or $15, like the hall pass, but he couldn't get in on that one, so he said, "Now's my chance."
Yeah, I didn't even get paid for it. Like what a ripoff. So
no, you actually paid for it.
Right, exactly. So
not in cash, but
nah, yeah, it ended up with a D in health class because of that stupid thing. But it didn't matter anyway. I was already accepted to college.
Well, better D for a grade than D for disease.
Right, that's true. All right. So yeah, I mean, let's see if anything else we can sign off here because I know you want to get to dinner. So guys,
I'm okay. I can hold out.
So, well, I'll just say
if something comes up,
I'd say definitely check out thelogicalapproach.com, guys. Andy has a lot of info here, and you'll want to sign up for his newsletter because he has his picks on there, NFL, college football, and there's a lot of data there too. So it's really helpful. You'll learn a lot from it, and I would strongly recommend this. So check out the Logical.
By the way, some of the I put a weekly spreadsheet together that I include in the newsletter, but I also publish it on the website that people can just take a look at. I think the way I have it now is to go to, can you click on current matchups and stats?
Okay.
And go down there, keep scrolling down right where you're at now. College and pro football. I haven't put it up for this week yet, But there's
Okay.
but that's an example of the spreadsheet that I included. And if you scroll down a little further, because I have the pros on top, and then you scroll down, and you
Okay.
go through all the colleges, and then stop right there. There you have the definitions or the explanations of what each of the columns are,
Okay.
including
Yeah.
including I think if you go up to the top again, I think that I talk about that X factor,
Yeah. Yeah. There it is.
and that's the last column.
Right.
Plus is good, minus is bad, and if you get like in the NFL, I think if you get like a plus double digit against a minus double digit, that's one. Take a look at the plus. And I think in the colleges, I go like a plus 30 or higher against a minus 30 or higher in a given game's matchup.
Okay. What is? I mean, do you want to explain what X factor is? I mean, it says.
Well, that's what I said before. That's the correlation of yards gained versus points scored.
Okay.
In other words, you figure if a team is number one in gaining the most yards per game, they should be number one in scoring. If they're not, it means they're being inefficient on offense because they're not translating all those yards, which are more than anybody else, into points because somebody's scoring more than you. So they're not as efficient, or you're not as efficient as other teams.
Okay.
Who are, and same thing defensively. If you give up you should give fewest yards, you should give up the fewest points, or vice versa. But I use it because I use yardage as the primary number against which you compare the other, because points are results, yards are how you get to the results, right? You gain yards or prevent yards to either score or prevent points. So if you're gaining a lot of yards, but you're not showing that same degree of success in the number of points you score, it means could be turning the ball over. You gain all those yards with nothing to show it. It could means that you're in a poor field position, so you have to gain 80 yards to get points instead of 60 yards or something like that. And conversely, on defense, if you are ranking 10th in yards allowed and first in points allowed, it means you are benefiting from turnovers because you're allowing fewer points relative to where you rank in points relative to where you rank in yards.
Okay.
It's a simplistic measure. There is some logic to it as far as there being a correlation, but the correlation results from the fact that there are other factors that influence how you score or prevent points other than yards gained or surrendered.
Do you know how this does when you have a big positive versus a big negative?
It's I think it's been somewhere like in the 55-60% range historically.
Okay. Nice.
Especially when you have it's a little bit more in the pros because it's a closed universe, only 32 teams. Right. And there's not that much difference really between the top and the bottom team as far as talent goes. Often it's how that talent is utilized, how that talent is coached. But you're the best of the best players. It's a little different in college where you play. You might play a school like Furman, and those are baked into the statistics. Although for my own private use, I have separate statistics that eliminate those games against those. I still call them 1AA schools as opposed to 1A.
Yeah,
in other words, those are the you with the Redskins. You probably call the the Kansas City Chiefs what was it, the Dallas? What were they? The Dallas something or others.
That's a little before.
They were the Dallas Texans, actually.
That's a little before my time, but I call the Wizards the Bullets, for example.
There you go.
So yeah.
So I keep a set of statistics that what I call they're basically. Well, I'll give you an example because let me see if I can find it here. I have a program that does. No, I don't have it here. I thought I had it handy here, but I do a program that takes a look at how teams score relative to what they're against, what I project them to score relative to how that team has done against the averages of the teams that they've already faced. So, for example, if a team plays, I'll take a look here. Let's a game here. Let's say we got here this I think is this from last week because I haven't updated it yet. I'm going to do that either later tonight or tomorrow. Let's say SMU and Boston College. So I'll make a projection on SMU versus Boston College by saying, okay, SMU scored 38 points against, California. California allows an average of 26 points. So SMU is 12 points better than what California is used to allowing. Okay?
Right.
I do that for all the teams, offense and defense, and I come up with a projection. And normally, I do that for both all games and games between FBS and FBS teams. Normally, the projection is a lot wider when I include all games in there because those include 48-3 games against Delaware State, or 51-17 games against VMI or something like that. And if I take those out and I just go, I think I had a game last week where the score was like 23-17 using all games. But if I use just the FBS games, the score would be like 22-20.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
To a great extent, you are eliminating those one-sided, body bag money games for the weaker team, where they that's their paycheck to fund their athletic budget for so much. So I factor those out, and sometimes they could have 2 or 3 of those games. Now, I do include all FBS teams, whether they are a Power 5, a Power 4 conference team, or a group of 5, because remember, the major difference between FBS and FCS is the number of scholarships.
Right.
If I recall correctly, FBS teams are allowed 85 scholarships. FCS teams are allowed 63. That's a huge difference. That's a 25, basically a 25% lessening of the scholarships. You're going to have better players. It's a little bit different now because the transfer portal and teams look much different one year from the next than they ever did in the past.
Yeah. I mean, that's certainly changed everything. So,
the other thing is also the best players in the FCS level often transfer up to an FBS team the following season. So the weaker teams that you play once a year, let's say at the higher level, like the Furmans, the VMIs, the Arkansas Pine Bluffs, whatever, they lose players, and the teams that they go to at the FBS level get stronger. So you probably will end up seeing even more lopsided scores between the FBS and FCS teams as the FBS teams raid the FCS teams of their best players.
Yeah,
more NIL.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that it happens that way, but
I said it's not going to be that much longer before college teams don't use college players. They buy players who don't go to class. They just represent the university.
Yeah, I mean, look, they barely go to class anyway. I've talked about Tamba Hali. He's like one of the great players from the past decade. But I was in 2 of his classes. I sat right next to each other in the it was the history of journalism, and he showed up with a girl who took notes for him, and all he did the entire class was just stack water bottles into a pyramid. That's that's the only thing he did, and the teacher would just.
What was the teacher doing? Reading Playboy?
No, sometimes the teacher would just stop and just stare at this pyramid once it would get super high.
I can't believe I'm seeing this.
Yeah, no, it's seriously. And then one day after class, I needed an extension or something. I was waiting to talk to the professor, and the professor's talking to Tom Bahali. He's like, oh man, you were getting double teamed every play. And I'm like, excuse me. I'm like, excuse me, I have to get to another class. Like, I just needed an extension. And the professor looks at me. He's like, excuse me, I'm talking to Tom Bahali here. You have to wait. Like, fine.
Did you wait or did you go to the class?
I had to wait. I had to ask for an extension. It took about 10
Did you get it?
Later. Yeah, 10 minutes later. Yeah, I had to wait, but I was late to my next class, but I was always late anyway.
You would have caught the teacher's attention if you said, well, I bet on Tomba's team today. I made $1,000 last weekend.
Right.
Then all of a sudden you'd have a new best friend who'd give you A's. Or he'd leave you back so that he'd get the advice from you for the next year too, the next semester.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's I could have done that. But that was I always showed up late to class because I was always working on my website, which I always took priority for me anyway. So I would show up late. I always like found the trick to kind of remedying that is to just talk to the teachers afterward and say, for example, I was in magazine writing class, and this professor, this woman, I think she didn't like me because I was late. I was always late to her class, and then and this was legit. Like I showed up, I came up to her late after class, and I said, "Hey, I'm submitting an article to a magazine. I was hoping you could help me do that." And she was so enthusiastic about that like I was asking for help that I became like one of her favorite students, even though I was always late to class. And so even though like I was legitimately asking for help, I always found that like whenever you like showed up like and asked teachers for help or showed interest in their class, like they would really like it, because a lot of students didn't do that. So that's what I would always do.
I think the old days used to call that brown nosing.
Yeah, but it's like legit. Like I actually did want her help. As like,
well, then why'd you keep showing up late for class?
Because I was working on my website.
Well, she didn't know that, or did she know that?
No, I don't know.
Well,
yeah, I was no.
Well, no wonder the kid needs help. He misses the first 5 minutes of every lecture.
Right. Exactly. No, I was there's another class, the journalism ethics. I was always late to that, like, because I don't know why. I would always show up 20 minutes late, but it was a boring class. And one day,
that's a class. That's a course class that makes sense. Now, if the class class were called political ethics, that's an oxymoron.
Right. Exactly. But no, one day after class, my friend was like, "Walt, you're the coolest guy ever." I'm like, "Why?" He's like, "You just show up 20 minutes late to class, looking like you don't give an F. You just sit down." You're like,
yeah, you may not give an F, but you'll get an F.
Actually got an A in that class. That was
so you were an inspiration to all the other students.
I guess so. That was the class where the girl was super drunk for oral presentation. And actually we got a B+ on it somehow. I don't know how. Actually, it's funny. I actually saw her at the Tampa Bay airport like 7 years later. And
wow.
I wrote about this in the book, and I'm like, hey, and we were like, I was like, "Hey, you remember that oral presentation we did?" She's like, "Walt, I don't know. I don't remember anything from that except for you pointing to something and telling me to read it." She's like, I felt like I thought I was going to die that day. And then somehow we got a B+ in the presentation. I was like, that was tough. That was tough to get through.
Well, maybe the teacher thought her act was part of the presentation.
Maybe, I don't know, but people knew she was still wasted because she had one of those wristbands around her wrist that says when you just
from where she
21.
was the night before. Oh, okay.
Yeah. When you turn 21, because if it's not like midnight yet, you're technically still not 20. So they put that wrist around the bracelet around the wrist. So she still had it on, so people knew like what rough shape she was in. But she was so wasted. But yeah, it's funny that she remembered it, and it was like so random. I saw her at the Tampa.
I was going to say that's even the more remarkable part.
Yeah, that's crazy. I was like, hey, like
I remember something like that my freshman year at Penn. I went down on Christmas break to Florida.
Yeah.
And sitting around, you meet people, you see people around your age, you start talking with them and everything. And turns out there's a group I was there with, we didn't know each other, but we all were from Long Island in New York. And so we had things in common where yapping. And it turns out one of the girls I was talking with, her brother was my roommate.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. That's wild. Yeah. And it's just weird coincidences like that you never expect to happen, and you find out because they always happen to other people.
Yeah,
And all of a sudden you become one of those other people. So
right, exactly. Yeah, that's funny. We did have one last question: best Week 11 picks. For me, I know you disagree with this, but I like Cincinnati a lot, and I like we agree on Minnesota. So right now those would be my top 2 picks, but it could change with the injuries and whatnot. I know Andy, you like Denver.
I like the Broncos a lot, and let me see, the other one I think that I would say would be Green Bay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I not sure about the Giants. I said I like them a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know if I can back.
I just think
James.
overall Green Bay is the more talented team,
Yeah.
and they should be highly motivated coming off of the last the two losses, the one to Philadelphia, and
Mhm.
especially the one to Carolina. And
Yeah, it's a good spot. It is a good spot, despite the short week because
and the disorganization on the Giants right now.
yeah,
Coaching
yeah, right. Coach firing,
change,
sure. Yeah, yeah.
but it takes some
Um,
time to get used to. Jameis Winston, what's his rhythm going to be with his receivers?
yeah. At some point, he will regress. I mean, he had some good performances last year. He did have some stinkers too.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. Should be interesting. This does go against the backup quarterbacks going against a top 10 defense. Green Bay 10th in defensive EPA.
Yeah.
So he's still better than Russell Wilson, I think. And I wish Russell Wilson were playing. Like I said, Evan and I were so eager to bet on or bet against Russell Wilson. So well, Evan will be on tomorrow night. I'm curious to hear if his opinion changed on the Giants with Jameis playing instead of Russell.
Well, I'm guessing Wilson will be the number 2 quarterback.
I would assume so. Yeah,
I imagine Dart will be inactive or the number 3, meaning he can only come in.
Mm-hmm.
If the first 2 are injured, and what would they do then?
Right.
And who knows how effective Winston would be, but if so, you may get your wish with Russell Wilson.
Could be, yeah, could be. Yeah. So we'll see. I don't really have a strong opinion on that one. Or at least I thought I did when Russell Wilson.
And how much will Kafka, who was the offensive coordinator, how much will he have been distracted this week in preparation for a new quarterback starting with his responsibilities as head coach now?
Yeah, usually you don't see the offensive or defensive coordinators take over. It's usually like the special teams coach or something.
Yeah.
But that's what happened last year.
I believe Kafka is the was the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's going to do with those. Maybe give it over to the quarterbacks coach or something.
Yeah, maybe. And if you think about it, they don't really have an offensive coordinator right now because that guy's their coach. The same thing happened with the Jets last year. They made Ulbrich their
Robert Saleh.
Yeah. Saleh's
was Ulrich the defensive coordinator before he was made the interim coach?
Yeah, so they didn't have a defensive coordinator because they just promoted him to head coach. So yeah, it's I don't know. It's not what I would have done. I would have just kept Kafka at offensive coordinator because he did do
you really wonder. I don't know about how the workings. I don't know how the workings are, but maybe being head coach isn't. When you're an interim head coach, I don't know that that if you're the offensive coordinator, you made the head coach. I don't know how much you deal with the defense anyway as a head coach.
Right.
Defensive coordinator takes it. Head coach is the one who speaks to the media.
Sure, but what I'm saying is like when in Ulbrich's case, he was a defensive coordinator, but then suddenly he was the head coach, and so he couldn't really fully focus on the defensive duties like he did in the past. So they were really missing a defensive coordinator. I
don't know to what extent he was. In other words, he may have still been the defensive coordinator, and he spent 80% of his head coaching job with the defense, and the other 20% taking care of things that the head coach would take care of what does the head coach do?
Yeah, I mean that's 20%. I mean that is
what
something.
What does the head coach do? He prepares the game plan with the offensive and defensive coordinators, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
What else does he do? Talks to the media.
Talks to the media. I'm sure. I mean, they have a lot of duties. So yeah,
I mean, does the head coach sit in meetings with each individual offensive and defensive unit?
I would assume so. I would think so.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, most coaches, I would assume they do.
What's that?
And then some. I would assume most coaches do. And now Ulbrich was doing that, and so like what Kafka, I'm assuming is going to have.
Ulbrich was sitting in. Ulbrich was sitting in with the offensive unit meetings.
I would assume some of them, right? I don't know. I mean, if you're the head coach, you have to know what's going on in offense. Right.
Well, you do that. I don't know meeting with the offensive coordinator when you're doing the game plan.
Yeah. Right.
But
well, that's
kind of what I mean. I don't know the inner workings of what the responsibilities are for a head coach as opposed to an offensive or defensive coordinator middle of the season with an interim. I mean, during training camp, the head coach is involved in everything, running all the workouts and the speed tests and all that. But on a week-to-week basis, what does the head coach do that would take him significantly away from his job as offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator? How much is added to his plate by virtue of being an interim head coach? Is it 20% more work, 40% more work, 100% more work, and he has to turn over the coordinator's job to someone else? That I don't know.
I don't know, but it is something. There is, it could be 20%. Even that seems
well,
like
certainly,
a lot.
certainly media responsibilities that we know.
I mean,
talking to the press and
Yeah, and even during the games,
how much other than that is?
Yeah, even during the games, they have to manage timeouts and stuff like that, and challenges and whatnot, and so it is something. So how much we don't know, but it is something. So that's
offensive
why,
and defensive coordinators will sit upstairs for the most part.
Yeah, right.
They're up in the booth, the offensive and defensive coordinator. So I don't know to what extent they are in communication with the head coach, but obviously some communication because they all wear the headsets.
Mm-hmm. Right. So
to relay plays and ask questions and get answers and things like that. So
Yep.
But anyway, it's got to be a distraction to the normal routine, at least the first week or two.
Yeah.
When you change coaches, what do you do?
Right.
The Giants. But again, the other thing, the other thing that supports a play on against Green Bay, that the Giants have already on that field beaten the Eagles and the Chargers.
Right, but that was with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo, and so they don't have those guys anymore. Which the much worse roster. If they had Malik Neighbors, I would like them a lot more here, but they just don't have.
Well, again, the coaching staff, whether it be interim or the coordinators, can sell the Giants for this game on the fact that hey, you haven't always played up to your potential, but when you play to your potential, you do what you did to Philadelphia 2 weeks ago. You do what you did to the Chargers back in September.
Right.
Or October, whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah, week 4. I just missing all those players. Just can't. I feel like they just can't. They're too short-handed at this point. Not just with the players, but also coaching staff too. So okay. We've broken a record. We're at 349. So we
okay. There we go. Anybody still watching or listening?
Yeah, we got some. We got 13 people on YouTube. We got 1 on Twitch and on Twitter, which I don't know how to read. So
how many of them are awake? And they just fall asleep with the computer.
That could be. I mean, sometimes I do fall asleep listening to shows. So I don't know. Maybe some people are still asleep. It's 317 on Twitter. It says, but I don't know how many are live there. But we did have 317 people on Twitter. It's throughout
at
the
some
night,
point.
But, yeah, right. Okay, so Chris is here catching up with work. Thanks for tuning in for these near 4 hours, Chris.
Yes.
All right.
I'll look for the link tomorrow night so I can listen to you and Evan.
Yeah. Jason says I'm awake. This is how things go with an infant in the house. Walt is fully aware. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yeah. I mean, we don't have infants anymore. My daughter's 2 and 3 months. My son's gonna be 4 in a month and a half, so they're growing up quickly.
18 months.
I thought, yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, maybe 12 to 18 months or something. Yeah. It's I don't know. Who knows?
When did they start walking?
About it's different. My son started walking 4 days before he turned 1, but my daughter didn't start walking until she was like 15 months. So
I think that's when they no longer are infants because now they can get away from you.
Right. yeah.
Now they can make their own decisions on where to walk.
And that's the dangerous part because you have to make sure your stairs are gated off and everything, and like you have to make sure they know how to climb stairs, which both my kids do now. So I don't have to worry about that too much. But like
do they climb them by holding on to the rail and taking steps, or on their knees? Hands and knees.
Well, my son could just do it by himself, but my daughter needs to hold on to the wall or the railing. But she yeah, she can walk on using that. But yeah, my son actually sometimes holds her hand and walks up the stairs. So it's nice.
Oh,
That's
okay.
nice. Yeah, he's a good big brother. He was we're out on Halloween.
Develop that bond between brother and sister.
Yeah, they're pretty close in age too. So they were out for Halloween and they were going trick or treating. You know, my daughter for the first time really like I took her out last year, but it wasn't she didn't know what was going on. But yeah, she was like slower to get to the door. My son would run up to the door and get candy. He'd be like, I need something for my baby sister, and so he would get more candy and put it in her bucket. So yeah, it was nice.
Oh, so he would put it in her bucket. Okay.
Oh yeah. You know, he's a good big brother. Yeah, he does that. And it was funny. Last night we had pizza and salad. So my wife made my oven pizza and salads. So she gave a slice to both the kids. And she said, you guys need to, they finished their slices. They're like, more pizza. And my wife's like, no, you have to eat your salad first and then you get more pizza. So my son eats his salad and he gets more pizza. My daughter, she just refuses. She's like, no salad. and then my wife's like, but you need to eat salad to get pizza. She's like, no salad.
Let me guess what happens. Your son offers his sister his pizza.
Yes. He's like, Lily, look here. He gives her the pizza. So she just they kind of and like my wife started getting mad. I'm like, come on, this is nice. This is real selfless. It's really good.
It's adorable to watch, of course.
Yeah.
Your daughter outsmarted her mother.
Yep.
With the help of her brother.
Right. That was great.
And she looked at you, and you went like this.
Yeah. No.
What can I do?
I just laughed. I was like, "This is funny. You can't be mad about this." She's 2. She didn't want her salad. Like, come on, it's okay. You know what I mean?
It's not that she's so decisive at that age, though.
Oh yeah, she's very opinionated. She wants her shows. You know, she's like, I want Paw Patrol. And my son's like, oh, how about Sonic? She's like, no Sonic, Paw Patrol. So she's really funny. So it's really cool. She's what?
That's what she's gonna be a school teacher. She's gonna be a school teacher. She's gonna want the authority. Yeah,
maybe I could see that.
Her way or the highway.
Yeah, and she is, you know, she's the younger sibling, so she needs to be more assertive to get her way, right? Because you know, it's easier for my son than it is for her. She has to fight for it. So that makes sense. I could see that. So, but my son said he wants to go into space. So, we'll see about that. He said he wants to go into space.
What was that? He said what? He
wants to go into space, like be an astronaut.
Okay, okay, yeah.
Yeah. He wants to be an astronaut, and because we were looking at a book of planets. And he's like, Daddy, I want to go to Mercury. I'm like, well, tell him if he doesn't behave, he's going to go into space, but not as an astronaut, but an asteroid. Right.
To the moon, Ellis, to the moon.
Yeah, he's like, Daddy, I want to go to Mercury. I'm like, oh, you might want to start with other planets first, because you either freeze to death or you'll get burned by the radiation, depending when you're facing the sun. I'm like, you might want to try Mars first, which there are obviously very easy ways to die there too. But
but you got to tell them the TV reception is really bad up on Mars.
That's true. That is.
Maybe get them to think about it a little bit.
Well, the sandstorms are, I think, the biggest issue there, because you could wear a spacesuit that makes you immune to cold, but huge rocks flying around could just knock you out, or that's the bad part about it. But
no, you get a blue tent, you go into concussion protocol. Although I guess up there it'd be a red tent.
Yeah, and Brian Dable would come whisk you out. He's like, hey, we need to win here.
Get back in the game.
Right. Exactly.
I don't care if you're seeing 22 men on defense.
Right. Yeah, I could understand why they fired him.
Well, we may as well do another 4 minutes and make it officially 4 hours.
Yeah. A friend of mine once told us that he was going to space. This was years ago when he turned 30. He was also very drunk, a favorite memory of mine. So I suppose he didn't make it. Perhaps your son would enjoy playing No Man's Sky and exploring some of the over 18 quintillion planets programmed into the game. I never heard of No Man's Sky. I don't know what that is. Chris, if you want to explain, I don't know what that is. I guess I could Google it, but at this point, I don't know. Maybe you want to say 18 quintillion planet. That's kind of insane.
That's a big number.
Yeah, that is that is.
What's that? 18 followed by a million zeros.
Quintillion would be
Five
that's
something.
It's
Yeah.
after quadrillion. So so what's a million? Million is 6, billion is 9, trillion is 12, quadrillion is 15, quintillion is 18. 18 zeros. Yeah. That's crazy. 18 quintillion too. So that is.
I wonder how long it would take for you to count up to 18 quintillion. 2,000 years, maybe.
Why don't we can just ask Google and not know if that's the correct question, correct answer. How
Okay,
long?
Google, if you counted by 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, how long would it be for you to start from 0 and billion?
I have an answer here too. I would say maybe it's the same one.
That would take you approximately 570 billion years. Here's a breakdown of the calculation. Value, number, notes 18, quintillion 18, quintillion. This is the total number of seconds you would count. Seconds per year, 31,557,600, based on an average of 365.25 days per year. Perspective on the time scale. To put this vast amount of time into perspective, age of the universe. The universe is estimated to be approximately 13.8 billion years old. Counting time. Your counting time, sim 570 billion years, is over 41 times longer than the age of the universe. In other words, you would have to start counting at 0 and continue counting, 1 second at a time, for over 400 billion years longer than the entire history of the cosmos.
Wow.
Well, that sort of puts it right into perspective, doesn't it?
Right.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2,
There we go.
3.
Yeah. Live stream 570 million year live stream. Chris says
Well, I
no.
have a very long beard at the end of that, not being able to shave because I'm too busy concentrating that I wouldn't skip a number. I have to start over.
Yeah. Well, we have to send you chicken fingers so you don't starve either.
Yeah.
No
I think
Man's
I'm going to pass on the chicken fingers now. I'm just going to settle for some apple juice.
Okay. No Man's Space is a space exploration game. It's on all platforms. A massive failure at release. The developers never gave up. They kept improving the game until it became quite the success today. Okay, he's into that stuff, so I'll have to check that out. Thanks, Chris. No Man's Sky. Okay, I'll definitely look into it because he's really into the moon. He's always like, Daddy, where's the moon in the sky? And and sometimes I have to tell him.
Have you been able to show him the moon during the daytime?
Yeah, I mean,
when it shows up.
Yeah, but
does he get confused?
No, I explain it to him because, when it's a half moon, it's out during the afternoon. When it's it's a waxing half moon, it's out during the afternoon. When it's a waning half moon, it's out in the morning. And when there's a new moon, it's out during the whole day, but you can't see it. I tell him it's because the sun's blocking it, and you can't see it.
Have you explained eclipses to him?
Not yet. That's next week's lesson. So,
okay.
All right, yeah, we're out 4 hours. We made it. So
okay,
there we go. We can sign off there. All right, guys, thanks once again for watching, commenting. Really appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow at about 20 minutes after the Thursday night game's over with Evan, and then Friday with Tom. So looking forward to those shows. And Evan, Andy, always great to do the show with you. I look forward to it every Wednesday.
Yeah, I look forward to listening to you and Evan tomorrow, possibly you and Tom on Friday again.
Okay. Yeah, I will be sending you the links. But yeah, guys, I hope you have a great night, and I will talk to you soon.